PKA 670 with our guest Hutch. Nice to see you, Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Pharoah, Distro, and Blue Chew, and of course, Lock and Load. We'll talk more about all of them later. Hutch, it's been a while. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks for inviting me. When was the last time I was on? Was it about, I want to say like a year ago?
Something like that.
Could be.
Yeah.
It blends, every episode blends together at some point. Where
Is that right?
Yeah.
I can't remember 2 weeks ago who we had. I don't know 2 weeks ago who we had.
Hutch, we have BlameTruth on the show every so often, and I think there's some genuine animosity on his side. What's on your side?
That's a good question. I gotta be honest. Like at this point in my life, I don't have a lot of genuine animosity for like anyone. I'm getting older. I'm chilling out. So I haven't had any kind of interaction with him in quite some time. There was like some effort to build a bridge. And so he has like a podcast where he discusses COD. I think it's called the CODcast. And I went on his podcast and everything was fine. And then there was like a little spat. It's usually about the SBMM stuff and
skill-based matchmaking.
Yeah, but I haven't had any kind of interaction with him in a while. I hope he's doing well. I'm not even being petty or anything like that. I don't have a lot of space for that anymore in my life. So yeah, I'm not above like being really petty sometimes. Like I have it in me to be super juvenile and immature, but honestly on this part, I don't give it a lot of thought. And yeah, there's not any active hostility
every
as far as I'm aware.
Every time we talk to him, he's just like, fucking Hutch.
And it's hilarious because I've never seen such a dispute over something that to me is as retarded as skill-based matchmaking. Like there's no big, like, it's not like you're arguing over religion or politics. It's like, I want lobbies of shitheads that I can just massacre. And it's like, no, you shouldn't have that. And it's like, that is the impetus of
I love the argument though. I don't want to rehash it. I don't want to rehash the argument, but I love the argument because I see both sides semi-equally. And obviously like, as a player, you have an opinion, and then if you're asked as like, hey, this game over here in a vacuum, what do you think it should be like? Maybe you have a different opinion there. So it's a fun thing to hash back and forth. It's a good topic, but he takes it very, very personally. I've noticed he gets upset about it. We're always telling him you guys should do one of those YouTube boxing matches, but especially because of the stature difference.
Well, I put on a little bit of weight, a little bit. It all went to my gut, so I'd have to like do some kind of conditioning. But no, I don't want to.
I'm actually. I don't mean
6 months and be ready to kill.
To cause trouble, but I think I'm on Team BlameTruth with this one.
No, Hutch has got the reach advantage by far. He's going to be reaching in there.
About skill-based matchmaking, not the fight.
Oh,
I wasn't clear.
I would take Anthony over me in a fight. Let's just put that to rest right now. That dude is yoked. He got ripped, bro.
Yeah, he is ripped now.
He's gotten into fitness.
I can get you on
skill-based matchmaking, in my opinion, I can't play with my friends. My friends are too good, and they ruin it for me. And
mine are too.
Didn't used to be that way.
Yeah, we spoke about this last time. Like, I think like my point that I made back then, and I'll try to make the point again, like really concisely, is like that is like a really valid perspective. If you're not having a good time, that's your subjective experience. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. But I'm just saying, like, if we're expecting video game studios to loosen matchmaking parameters such that it actually eats away at their player base and drops their player retention, that like. I assume we're all capitalists here. Like nobody, no business owner is going to make a decision that would intentionally drop the player count. And I think like a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to interject that a different game with a similar situation is Sea of Thieves. Are you familiar with the whole controversy there that's been going on for years?
I'm curious though. Tell us.
Who's the fucking? I love him on Twitch.
Summit, maybe.
Summit. Thank you. Summit was often at the center of this, but Sea of Thieves has this sort of, it's a pirate simulator at its heart, and it's beautiful to sail in Sea of Thieves with three of your boys. Trim the sails to the left, you fucking play your harpsichord, and I'll steer, and you get the fucking spyglass up the up the ladder and look for sharks. It's fun, and a lot of people play it that way, and they go through this little story mission. They go fight AI skeletons for these chests of gold. Then they buy fancy sails for their boat, and that's all they want to do. The hardcore players are PvP masters. They know how to like the fastest way, the meta to switch between this gun to that gun to like kill somebody. Like you normally fights take 15 seconds. Summit kills you in 2 seconds. And you're like, wait, what happened? Then your boy's dead. Then his boy's dead. Then the ship's sinking because Summit was asleep in the bottom. Wait, literally camp his character out asleep in the bottom of your boat and hide till you do 3 hours of work. Then sink your shit, take all your loot and sail away. Because it's a pirate game.
Yeah. Some of those clips are really impressive too. I don't play the game, but I'm watching it and it's like wild what some of those PvP players are doing with that game.
So I think they finally split the worlds and they made it so that if you want to go off and do your thing, you can. And they're making it so if you want to be a sweat lord, you're just going to have to do like PvP basically and fight other people who just want to shoot back and forth. But that's not what piracy is, right? Piracy at its heart,
right.
If we're talking about that, let's go pick on the weakest people we can find with the most treasure. Let's find a fat Dutch trading vessel with incense in it.
True.
But
there was a
player base needs to be served.
So there was a matchmaking debate in that community as well. Is that what was going on?
A big deal. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I don't remember the last time I checked and Summit had sworn off the game because of the developers changing.
I think you could sum it up like this: the herbivores didn't want to play with the predators, right? The cannibals.
Yeah.
And they decided to split the player bases. And I can see why they would, but Kyle's like, in real life, the cannibals don't eat the other cannibals largely. They prey on the deer and the cows and the sheep.
Yeah. Seems like the other people should be playing Raft, like where you kind of Sim City your Raft.
They should, because Raft is fun.
Raft is really fun. Yeah. Although I will say this to you two. I don't know if you've ever played Sea of Thieves, but if you role play, if you put on your pirate voice, you pick out which, my guy's got a peg leg for sure. I'm not too agile, and like play it that way and go find it, buried treasure, following maps all around for 3 hours. That shit is really fun. Yeah, and I can't PvP that well anyway. Not well enough. Not like them. It's scary.
That was back when you were in your rum drinking phase too.
Oh yeah, you get some rum. All right, you got to make yourself some homemade grog when you get out there. It's a good time. It's an amazing pirate game.
Al couldn't smoke.
I think it's pretty telling that all of these studios, except for like Escape from Tarkov, but like all of these studios eventually get to a place where they add stricter matchmaking. And and some of them have been more like forward about it. Like, the Fall Guys team of developers, they just straight up said in their Discord, like, look, we get it that our hardcore OG players are finding the game is very sweaty right now and they're not having as good of a time. But what we're observing is that when a new player plays the game and gets stomped out 2 times in a row, they just uninstall the game. And we don't think that's acceptable as a studio. And so they essentially said, like, we don't really have like a choice, you know? So yeah, it's just, you can have your preferences, but if you start like screaming at Infinity Ward for adding skill-based matchmaking, I just don't think you're operating in reality, you know? Like, I don't think you're just acknowledging certain unavoidable truths, I suppose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a story the other day. Maybe it was fake. I'm going to pretend like it was real because it's funny.
It's more fun when it's real, yeah.
The guy said something. He had done something like refurbish and donate a ton of old Xboxes to like this children's hospital, and he had loaded them all up with like COD 3.
Oh, the worst one.
So he could populate lobbies for himself.
I love it.
He's like, you guys don't understand. It's disabled children who've never loaded the game up before.
Oh my god!
You can get some sick clips.
That game is ass.
No one played COD 3 even when it came out. Everybody kept playing COD 2.
Actually, it was one of those throwbacks that everybody liked to go back to for
COD 2 would fit that description, right? A game you could play multiplayer. It was semi-popular. It was the king before COD 4.
Yeah.
Like every lobby was a private lobby. So in that game, you would go into a lobby and there would be one leader of the lobby, and they alone decided, okay, we're going to play like free for all and we're going to do it on this map or whatever.
Are you talking about 3?
COD 2.
Oh, so I don't remember it like that. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't like matchmaking where you hit find match and it throws you into just like a game where the game is doing all that deciding. There was like one host that would decide everything. But this was the really early days of Xbox Live. It was like a launch game, I think, was COD 2.
Yeah.
Maybe. I remember in the late days of COD 4, you started playing COD 2 again, and I'm sure I'm not the only one here that was like, yep, I'll join too. and it was the same thing, like just getting slaughtered on some desert map I'd never played before.
Yeah.
But that was a cool game. If I remember correctly, when you ADS, it's like, and here's your scope. Fuck, that was fast.
It was like
so
instant.
fast.
Yeah.
And the reticle on the sniper didn't like meet all the way in the middle. And so you kind of just had to get the guy somewhere in those three because it had the two horizontal ones and the bottom one. And you would still kill. I don't remember which gun that was.
Yeah, there were like 4 different snipers and each one had a different reticle. The Springfield had the one that was just a regular cross. And then I think the one you're thinking, I think that was the car. I think that was the car 98.
That may have been it. Because I remember in private lobbies in COD 2, like the person administering it, or at least among my friends, would be like, hey, that's 2 snipers on one team. Only 1 sniper per team, because they were far and away so much better than everything else. Shotguns were unusable in that game.
Really?
And or did they have shotguns? I'm thinking SMG.
Shotguns. Yeah, definitely. I don't know about you guys though. I'm at a point now with my gaming career that I can't, like, COD is not enough to sustain me for a year. Like I usually get like 1 or 2 months. And maybe like I'll go, like I'm kind of bored with BRs now, so like I'm playing a ton of single player games now and just having a blast.
What are you playing?
Yeah.
Dude, I played so many games in the last year. Like I played Witcher 3 for the first time, God of War, then I played Ragnarok when that came out. I played the Spider-Man remake. Death Stranding is like now one of my favorite games of all time.
Have you played Doom?
I have not played Doom, and everybody tells me to play it. Are you talking about the newer ones, right?
Yeah.
I played the newest one. I really enjoyed it. It opened. I haven't been gaming much lately, not like I used to, and it opened my eyes to how much talent I had lost. it's a real
really fast-paced FPS, right?
Yeah, and also there's a lot of vertical aiming. Like this, like you fly through the air while shooting things.
Yeah.
So if your skill set's based on like everyone being on your plane, then that's something to adjust to. But there's
top of the controller, probably a lot easier with a mouse and keyboard for a game like
mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
There's 4 skill levels that are normal, and then there's 2 that are like super extreme. Like maybe you never heal the whole way, or like you can't take any hits. But of the 4, I started on 2, which is the second easiest, and occasionally I dropped it to like it's insulting. The lowest level is like "Don't hurt me, Daddy" or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one that you played on.
It's my first time
for moments. Yeah,
I don't like being bullied by the difficulty screen on games because that happens sometimes.
I love bullying in video games because it's bullying in real life, and I like that to be mirrored in my artificial universes. It should hurt. It should be mean. When you lose and things go poorly, you should think about it when you go to sleep that night. I don't know how many times I played Tarkov, went to bed, and been like, wasted 8 hours of my fucking day, and now I'm gonna dream about my failures. You know, it hurts that much. I've been playing a bunch.
I'm compelled to explain. The monsters regenerated infinitely, and I didn't know how to kill the monster generator. So I was like alive at the higher skill level for 45 minutes, something really long, and I never got past it. It's like trying to beat Nazi zombies or something. If you don't know. So that's why I lowered the difficulty. I just kept dying and dying.
I've been really digging like very difficult games because I got into FromSoft because of Elden Ring, and I just had such an amazing time playing that game. And it just ever since I played that game, now whenever I play a game, I want to play it on the hardest difficulty. So when I played the new Jedi Survivor game, which I don't know if you guys played either Fallen Order or Jedi Survivor, but they're both like fucking dope. But yeah, I want to play on the hardest difficulty. I'm playing through Hogwarts Legacy again just because I fucking really like that game, and hardest difficulty is like still too easy. So
I can't believe you didn't participate in the boycott with us.
Oh, it's fucking
yes, that's why we didn't play.
That whole thing was so fucking ridiculous. The amount of virtue signaling that went on during that time was just insane.
Dude, and they did it to the wrong game. If it was some shitty, like, pump it out in 3 months of development time, but no, they tried to go after a game of the year candidate. Like, it's incredible. I haven't played much of it. I've watched people play it, and I'm like, all right, when I have time to play it, to devote myself to that game, I'll play that game. It looks wonderful, and I love Harry Potter. I'm a big Harry Potter nerd. I'm a pothead. And so I'm looking forward to the fucking game.
It's fun. They do the combat loop so well in that game. So if the combat itself wasn't that good, then the game would have like really suffered. I mean, the open world stuff is really cool, but you need some kind of satisfactory loop. Mm-hmm. And they did the wand magic battles just so well. And
you said it twice now. I don't think I understand the term combat loop. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's like, so if you have a game like, say, Just for example, like, I don't know what's a good example of this. I mean, a combat loop is just a lot of these big open world games, they're repetitive by their very nature. You can't do like a game where you can dive 80 hours into it and not have some kind of repetition. So you have to have some kind of like combat system. So like in Far Cry, there's a lot of like outposts that you individually liberate like one at a time or whatever. And so you're just going from outpost to outpost. And even if you don't touch the single player campaign, you can, you're doing these sort of like repetitive behaviors in slightly different settings.
Yeah.
And if you do those combat systems well, it's, that's what you call like a combat loop. And so if you do it, if your combat loop is satisfying and it's fun, you don't mind that it's repetitive because you're having fun doing it every single time.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
That's kind of the general.
Yeah, I think I'd had that in Borderlands. Maybe.
Did you?
Yeah, definitely.
I played a bunch of Baldur's Gate. I'm still playing that. That to me is one of the greatest games of all time now. I like it more than Oblivion or Skyrim. I like it more than any
more
other
than
single
Skyrim.
player. It's better.
That's
Dude,
high
I keep
praise.
hearing it's like the best game of the last 10 years. And I've been afraid to touch it because I've never played D&D. It's just never interested me.
I never had either. And now I want to. If I had good, creative, smart, intelligent people playing D&D with me who were experienced even, now I kind of want to do that. I'll dress them in a fucking costume. But this game, I just remember a couple of the Fallout sequels after New Vegas. Every time one comes out, everybody's like, good God, this dialogue system is shit. It doesn't matter. It's basically yes or no, but with a bunch of colorful language. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't matter if I'm a retarded character or a genius, a scientist or a farmer. I've still got the same yes or no, and then some bullshit hidden among.
Starfield dialogue was very like, no matter what you said, it always ended up in the same. Like, there was no your dialogue didn't really affect the game
outcome.
Yeah,
It's frustrating.
There weren't various paths to take. They're disguising the fact that you're on rails because they didn't spend the dev time. Baldur's Gate took like, I don't know, a decade to make or some shit. If you just happen to be a rock gnome talking to like a devil person, whatever the fuck they're called, a tiefling, you'll have a slightly different dialogue option that you'll never see again unless you have that exact matchup. And you'll gain access to areas that you wouldn't otherwise because somebody will be like, "Oh, hello, brother.
Yeah.
Haven't seen another human down here in weeks."
That's what all my pals in chat are telling me is that the excuse me, by the way, I'm just getting over a little sickness, but everybody I know that's like enthusiastic about this game they're all saying the same thing, which is like the dialogue and the choices that you make are enormously consequential in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And it was weird because it came out, I think, like right around the same time as Starfield, and so that was like a bit of a contrast. Yeah.
It's very consequential in Baldur's Gate. I played with Kyle for a bit, and then I played with some friends maybe a month after that, so like a month or two ago now, and I accidentally robbed a corpse. Didn't mean to. I was going Skyrim rules of like, you see a dead body, you go over, you hit A or click it, and then you pick up the stuff. And I didn't realize that guy's friends who were standing around, I was treating them like Whiterun guards. Not like Baldur's Gate guards. And so I just walked up, I looted this body who I guess was
like,
a
what
close
the
friend.
fuck are you doing, bro?
And immediately they were like, "Stop, thief!" And they arrested me. And they were like, "You can go to jail or you can pay a fine." And I was talking to my other noob friends, and I was like, "Hey guys, just come get me out of jail real quick. I don't want to pay this fine." And so I went to jail. And then they show up to get me, and they're like, "Oh, I don't have a lock-picking break-in kit. Let me Google where to get that." And then they were like, "Oh, this is like a couple hours ahead." And I'm like, "All right." And I'm like naked, wandering around my cell, trying to figure it out. I quit after that because of my own issue. I was stuck in jail. I would have been stuck in jail for hours of real time while my friends.
So you were stuck in jail because you were still thinking of it like every other game we've ever played, in Doom that Woody loves, and I do too. Those games are fucking sick, and the story's so fun.
And it was my fault. I'm not saying it's big.
Every time you approach building A Spider-Man is going to burst through that wall over there, and his minions are going to come down from the sky, and it's going to be the same every time. In this game, if you know that, you can sneak up, cast some sort of cloudy spell, walk over there, put some explosive barrels where all the enemies are about to appear, and like set your own like crazy ambush up for them. I really didn't like the turn-based combat at first, but it grew on me to it to be this thing where I'm trying to be as efficient and good at it as I can and play. Yeah, I played that one on the hardest difficulty for sure. You really need to. But Baldur's Gate is the greatest game I've played in a long time. I played a bunch of Diablo 4 when it came out, like a bunch.
Dude,
we played a ton of that. Yeah,
you know what?
Too repetitive.
That's that game. I had the strangest experience with that game because I dumped like 80 hours into it in like a week and a half. I was so into that game, and in an instant, like I remember vividly, I was on my bed, I was playing with the controller. And I'm about to do another Helltide for the fucking 6th time in the last 2 days. And I just stopped and asked myself, like, do I really want to do this? Like, why am I doing this? And I didn't have a good answer. And I'm like, okay, I think I'm good. And I just uninstalled the game, right? Like it flipped on a dime for me, which is weird. So like, can you complain about a game that you got 80 hours from? Or, you know,
Not
like
really.
it's hard to like critique games in that way. Cause I had a blast playing the game. I would recommend that people play the game. But if you're looking for you know, something that's going to sustain you for 200 hours, 300 hours. I just don't think Diablo 4's got the goods for that.
It had the same problem that a lot of Pokemon games have, where like I was the whole time like, man, my necromancer's getting better and better. Soon I'll be able to have an infinite supply of corpses, and then I can explode them, and every exploded corpse creates 1.3 additional corpses. And so by the end of the battle, and so like and then it got to that point where my combat was literally walking into a group of people, and it got to the point I could just cast a curse and then hold B. And everything melts around you. And it's like, oh, well, shit. Now there's no challenge whatsoever in this. Even the butcher is getting fucked up before he can get to me. Like there's the same way, like when I play a Pokemon game, like once every 4 or 5 years, I remember that's a franchise that exists. And I'm like, I want to see what fucking Pokemon's up to. Yeah. And then you finally do get your team to like post Elite 4 level greatness. And you're like, oh man, now that everyone's right where I want them to be, I have no interest whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, and everything scales. Like everything scales to you, and like so, the whole time you're leveling up, the world is scaling up with you commensurately. Like to be at your, so you're never like, you're never. Outclassed. And so you know, a game like Hogwarts Legacy, for example, there's some areas where if you go in and try to pick a fight, they're gonna fuck you up because you're just so under leveled for that area. But in Diablo, like everything is like so the whole leveling system just feels like
continuously too. So like in this instance, you just got a little stronger, and the scorpion you were about to cast a spell on also got stronger. You never really get to feel the benefit.
Yeah, exactly.
Except there are occasionally you'll get that perfect roll on your item, and it'll be like, okay, now the combo goes off, because that's what that game felt like to me. It felt like Magic the Gathering, making a card combo go off. It's like, my Winona just tripped. Get fucked.
Yeah, but in Diablo, it's literally the same exact, like, it's like a sequence of like 5 inputs. And then you're just doing that sequence over and over. At least with like trading card games, there's going to be some variation. You know, sometimes you pull that card, sometimes you don't pull that card or whatever.
Exactly.
So it's frustrating. Did you guys happen to play the Modern Warfare 3 beta or no?
I have not played a COD in years. Does it look good?
So I played when a game comes out, I put a tremendous amount of time in it real fast. Dark Tide came out, and I burnt out on that game in like 220 hours in 3 weeks or something stupid. Every time. So when COD came out last year, same thing. And like maxed all that shit out, unlocked all that shit, dealt with the UAV not working the way I wanted it to, and just eventually got to my level cap, basically, where, all right, this is as good as I am. Yeah. They're never going to let... These people I'm playing against are as good as me, and I'm not getting any better because I'm 36 years old. Like, I'm not getting better at COD this year. Yeah. So I got burnt out on that. I don't think I'm going back to COD this year either.
It's interesting. I mean, did you guys know they're bringing back like the launch slate of maps is literally the same 16 maps that launched with Modern Warfare 2?
Yeah. Really?
2009. Yeah. So they're
that might actually get
the guns too.
The guns. I don't know. I
saw somebody with like a MW2 Scar on Favela. Like that chop. Like,
I don't think they're bringing back the guns. I mean, they're like there's like a version of the ACR. They call it something else because they're no longer using those names anymore. And then there was like the Striker, which was the UMP. But there's also like new guns. So like but yeah, they're basically doing like a nostalgia bomb because on social media, Modern Warfare 2 got shit on because they did some things that kind of slowed down the movement, and and you could argue like encouraged more kind of campy behavior. And even though the game was like tremendously successful, they just got a lot of shit on social media. And
COD
so
did, you say?
COD well, I mean, I feel like even more than usual last year. It was
That's
like,
a lot. It was more than
when
usual.
we played, when I've played recently the last few years, we've tried to use all of the equipment and be as shitty as possible. And like Kill Confirmed, we'll go up high into a building or a trailer, so they have to go upstairs to get to us.
Yeah.
And set up those microwaves at the doors, and whatever the thing is you throw down that anybody throws a grenade or anything, a trophy system. Trophy systems and microwaves, and all of us aiming at a door camping, just being scumbags. And I'm sure that we were complained about, or that play style was complained about, because we do that all night.
Well, they made movement like way faster in this game. Like slide canceling is now like built into the game, and I don't know if you guys know what that is, but like you know, you used to have to do like a little like a 3-button press thing where it's like I don't even know how to do it on a controller. But in this game now, if you're sliding, you just hit A and it'll cancel the slide, and so they're like very specifically catering to the crowd of people online that were like really angry about all the changes last year. And then they're just throwing a nostalgia bomb at everybody. And I'm curious to see like if it's received well, or if people are just going to accuse them of being, was it slide weapon swap? Yeah, it was like a 4-button press or whatever.
Damn, Zach.
Yeah, so we're going back to Halo 2, fucking BXR and people.
Yeah, so they just baked it into the game now. They're like, there's like your tactical sprint recharges while you're sprinting now. It used to be before you'd have to like slow down and like you'd have to do a sprint cancel, and you just do that over and over again. So you're doing these like annoying button presses just constantly as you're like traversing the map in Warzone. And so yeah, I don't know. I gave up on trying to figure out if people are going to like the new COD, and I just say like, listen, I'm going to play it for like a month or two, probably going to have a good time, and then I'm going to move on to something else, whatever.
Multiplayer games are tough. Like I'm not an active enough gamer to be good anymore, and I'm 50. Like, am I seriously going to get good? Can I compete in these lobbies even if I try my hardest? When you said they're going to reuse all the maps from back in your heyday, Woody, I thought, ooh, so I'll be just as good as I used to be. No, there's a lot more holding me back than just map knowledge. It's going to blow. I'm going to get my shit pushed in. Maybe I belong in single player.
They added 50 HP. So like Modern Warfare 2, you start with 100 HP, and in this game you have 150 HP. So the gunfights are like, it's less about like flick and having good flick accuracy and just flicking on someone really fast and then killing him in 2 bullets like you could in Modern Warfare 2. And now you have to be good at something called tracking, where it's like you're literally like tracking the guy.
That's tough. It was flick and like anticipation. I always thought anticipation was probably more important than reaction time.
I think if you want to get us hooked on a game, it needs to be an Escape from Tarkov clone with no fucking guardrails, some real anti-cheat, and
gotta have magic in it.
And you gotta have 2 different worlds, one that wipes and one that doesn't. And,
what is a guardrail? What do you mean by that?
I mean that I think if like Activision made that game, we would make sure that things weren't as rough on new players. That game is brutal. I mean, we've talked about before how if you were really bad, you didn't have guidance, help, then you would run out of money, you would run out of everything in your stash down to your last item, and you'd be injured from the last time you tried to play.
You need a Sherpa.
You need a Sherpa.
Game that you need a Sherpa, yeah.
And I wouldn't want that to change. I love how hardcore that game is and how you sort of earn your way into a club of depression.
But we have Sherpas because we have a podcast. Like I really enjoyed Escape from Tarkov.
They have services, it's easy to get a Sherpa. People love doing that shit.
That game doesn't have any skill-based matchmaking too, but they're like specifically catering to a hardcore audience. That's the difference. Like they're looking for the people that are going to spend 8 hours a day playing that game. It's not a casual game at all. And DMZ was like interesting, but ultimately just wasn't rewarding enough. So like if Call of Duty did something like where they went more hardcore than what DMZ was, but not quite as hardcore as Escape from Tarkov, I feel like they could actually like get a lot of regular players if they did it right. But
yeah, it's definitely too intimidating for like, because Kyle's offered before to me and been like, hey, you should hop on and try out Tarkov. and we'll tell you when to use your chapstick and what brand of Band-Aids to use and how to repair the site on this.
Those are real things.
And I like in my head, when you say those things to me, I'm like, that is so boring to me. Like the thought that I would have to concern myself with minutia that doesn't really have to do with the furtherance of the game, the fighting. And I get like really wanting to do it.
If you think the game's about fighting.
I get, Baldur's Gate being fun. You're doing a bunch of minutia there, but it all has to do with the evolution of your character and the story.
If we were to try to play Tarkov, we would make it more about scavenging. It would be a scavenger Indiana Jones type game. And you'd need to go into it with that mindset, or you would be incredibly disappointed. Because if you went in like, when do we get to the gunfight? It's like, as soon as you want to die, bro, just let me know. like run that way and you'll be dead in 15 seconds if you just run that way.
And I don't want to be a burden to the rest of my team. Like when the stakes are that high that you're like picking what scent cologne to not scare off the forest bears or whatever. Like
Taylor, I don't
want to bother everyone.
But what I've learned, so I played a couple of wipes and I was really into Tarkov at a point. And at first, you are absolutely a burden. Look, I've got to build my own business before I can start supporting your family.
Yeah.
But once I'm there and, I've got like passive money generators and all this shit, and I'm loaded with cash, I'm more than happy to bring a friend along, and just enjoy your company. I've got extra money.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But the game that's probably best for that I keep wanting you to get you into is Rust, because it's similar in a lot of ways.
Isn't that even more intense than Tarkov?
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah.
But it's not as complicated because you're like a naked man in the wilderness. Your cock's out. We can have fun with that. You can have fun at Rust at the lowest level of Rust, and you can find service where people won't bully you. Whereas Tarkov, you can't do those things. You go into Tarkov and start goofing around, like making accents and wearing silly clothes. You're at the mercy of AI and teenagers with too much time on their hands. They're going to kill you. But in Rust, we could go in there and role play and just your dick is literally out. And the game in Rust, I think the first time you log in and like, hey, I'm Taylor. I bought Rust. It's like, here's your character forever, Taylor. She's a woman with weird tits and a small short cropped afro. And you're like, damn. And that's forever. I'm always going to be that Asian man.
I like that. That's pretty funny.
I'm an Asian man. Forever. And he used to have a big dick, but I swear to God, there was an update where they like made all the dicks closer to some sort of median. So, because I bet some people got micro penises and got shit on, but I swear my dick used to be bigger.
There's nothing wrong with micro penises. People shouldn't shit on those. They're cool.
In Cyberpunk, you could actually customize the length of your dick in that game. I think there's 3 choices, but there might just be 2. Like
I guarantee you, my theory is true that if guys could choose their own penis size, they'd all be too big.
100%, because it'd be a Cold War. It'd be like, well, I saw a guy walking around with an 11-inch flaccid penis. I'm not going to be the guy not. I'm going to be one-upped by my neighbor. I'm going to have a totally non-functional 14-inch penis where every time I get hard, I go into a
I get lightheaded.
I have a seizure. Yeah.
The way I fuck is with a series of rubber bands.
See, this is the quote-unquote woke stuff that doesn't bother me a bit. In Baldur's Gate, you can assign any genitals or like top, titties or no titties, whatever you want to call it, to any character. And so I love that I've got that many vaginal options. There's like 4 different vulvas. I did download a mod because I wanted to make some alterations here and there. But I thought that was awesome. I don't give a shit about that.
What did you guys think of the Starfield pronouns debacle?
I don't think they know about it, so fill us in.
You guys have no idea what I'm talking about?
I heard something about it, and I downloaded Starfield, but I didn't play yet because my buddies who are all into it were like, oh, don't even bother. It's not like Skyrim.
Really? It feels pretty similar to Skyrim to me.
Maybe I'll have to try it anyway. But fill me in.
I put 200 hours into that game. I fucking put in the time. I had a great time. But then I had a similar experience like with Diablo, where it was like one day I was like, nah, I'm good. Like everything felt easy. I had leveled my character up massively. I had these like really powerful guns, and I was like, this just doesn't really feel that fun to me anymore. But in that game, when you're doing the character customization, you choose like a male or a female like body type or whatever, and then when it goes to your name, there is an option to customize your pronouns, and it defaults to the cis option. So like if you pick a male, it'll default to he, him. If you pick a female, it'll default to she, her. So like if you want to engage in that system, you have to like, it doesn't force you to like choose a pronoun or whatever. Yeah. And this one guy who's like, he does a lot of like anti-woke stuff on YouTube or whatever. He filmed himself doing a rant for like 2 minutes where he is screaming with the passion of like a civil rights, like champion from the fucking 60s. Like he's
a fucking loser.
He is so furious. And then that sparked like a whole conversation on social media that stretched out for like a week. But yeah, some people were pissed about that, but I'm surprised you guys didn't hear about that.
People actually
it kind of lights my, gives me joy that both sides have their snowflakes. With like I just don't imagine. Was he mad about the rest of the game? Was he like, and also the fucking planes suck?
His thing was like, he didn't like being current dayed. So like for him, it broke his immersion because apparently in his version of the future,
we'll get past all the silliness.
There's not going to be any pronouns or whatever. But he was just like, he felt like it immediately, it kicked him out of his experience and broke his immersion. And then there was also, spoiler alert, mild spoiler alert. There's a character in the game that reveals that she's the clone of a man. She's not trans. The character is not trans, but she was cloned from a man. Yeah. And he lost his shit there because he interpreted it to mean that she was trans. And so at that point, he was just, and when you like, when being sort of like anti-woke is your whole thing, then like when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail kind of a situation. And he just, he was furious.
If that's how your bread is buttered, you're going to find a way to be upset about it.
I just don't care about that. They should solve that by everyone, no pronouns, just ranks. Lieutenant Johnson, Private Johnson.
See now more ranks would help.
Johnson, is that you?
Well, it's like an RPG, and when we're talking about RPGs, like one of the best things that you can do if you're going to do an RPG, and I'm sure you guys know what like Baldur's Gate. I don't know what their character customization is like, but I assume it's really like vast, right? And like
it's huge.
That's gonna be a strength. Like you want as many options as you possibly can to customize your character in an RPG, and so
it takes forever to your first. I made 3 or 4 characters before I actually started the fucking game. Because it's so vast and it's easy to be like, I skipped a whole chapter of customizations. My hair's the basic bitch hair. You got to go back.
I do remember we made fun of some person, or maybe it was a group of people during Baldur's Gate who were like, I will not download this because there's a bear fucking an elf.
Oh, they didn't like the bestiality?
People were mad about that.
Yeah, and all that is if you're a druid, you can take animal forms like through your wild magic, and there's lots of sex scenes. Like if you romance a character up, you do like 3 nice things for these people in a row and they'll suck your dick. It's literally that. There are speed runs on TikTok. It's like fucking Shadowheart in 40 seconds flat. So you stack 3 things in a row together. So they're gonna fuck you. They're gonna ask you though. There's no rape. They're like, hey, maybe later on, and you have to say yes. And then they come back again. They're like, hey, you ready to fucking bang? And you're like, yes. And then they take you to a cutscene and be like, are you sure you want this dick? And you're like, yes, give me that bear dick. And then and only then does a bear fuck you. And it's not dirty. It's hilarious because while the bear is like mounting you, they cut to a squirrel in a tree eating a nut. And he's like, what the fuck? Like drops the nut. It's great.
I got cock blocked in Witcher 3. Did you guys play Witcher 3?
No, I heard it was good.
Tried.
It's pretty awesome. But yeah, in that game,
I think so.
There's a scene where you go to a party with one of your like female companions that you can romance named Yennefer. I don't know maybe you guys watched the show, but there's like or read the books, but she got drunk at this party and she was like making moves on me in the game, and I was like, I'm gonna play it like I'm gonna play it in real life. Like I would wait until she was and so every time she was trying to put the moves on me in the game, I was turning her down, not because I didn't want to fuck, but because I didn't want to take advantage of a drunk girl. And then the game interpreted that to me to mean that I wasn't interested. And so I didn't get she didn't give me any kind of options later on.
Just like the real woman would.
I was trying to like, look, whatever. It was a logical process in my mind. And I just got,
I don't even want to mess with a man who wouldn't try to drug me.
Yeah.
You didn't go back to
if he wanted me, if he
try
really
again.
No, I didn't save scum. No, I didn't do that.
This is why Bill Cosby got more pussy than Hutch.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Think about it. Think about how how special that would make you feel, Taylor. If Dr. Bill Cosby went out of his way to drug you for sex.
Didn't he get out on a technicality? Didn't he get out because they wasn't the thing that he had given testimony before with an immunity deal, and then for some reason when they got him, they like went back on that immunity, and then it like went all the way up to the state Supreme Court or in whatever state they were in, right? In California, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's free. Yeah, last I checked, he's free. I think he stopped faking blind. Dude,
there's no way he's faking blind. He has like elderly dog eyes.
Clean that nonsense off his eyes.
That dude is absolutely blind.
I choose to believe he just rubs them for a little bit and they're not cloudy.
Yeah, that was some
I thought he was going back on tour. Like, I swear to God.
I told them I'm going to go. If he's in Atlanta, I'm going to Dr. Cosby.
He is.
If it was real, it would. Wait, it's still happening?
He's on tour now.
I want to go see
him and OJ. Yeah, it's the.
Wait, he's touring with OJ.
There's reviews of his tour. Oh no, wait, no, these are from 2015. What am I talking about? Never mind.
On Ticketmaster, he's no upcoming events. Rats, you missed your opportunity.
Bill Cosby plans comedy tour in 2023 after prison released. That was in December. I don't know if he actually ever did it, but
yeah, I don't think so. I remember seeing that and vowing to go because why wouldn't you want to be a part of history? I went to that Trump rally years ago, and I'm so glad I did. I got to see that shit.
Dude, I want to go to one. I really do. Like, at least once in my life. It feels like a trip to Mecca.
Cosplay as a Trump supporter?
Yeah, you want to fit in. Like you don't have to cosplay as a Trump supporter. Just don't cosplay as anything else.
Yeah,
could I just go in like pants and a white T-shirt? Like, I feel like that would be fine, right?
Yeah, you're white. You're fine.
Is there a MAGA
maybe
dress
take that
code?
lip ring out. But
that is a dead giveaway.
No, nobody's gonna fuck with you about that for real. No, I went to Hickory, North Carolina, and I read online. They're like, get there early, sugar, if you want a good seat, because it's first come, first serve. You can't buy first row tickets. So I figured, man, I just got to stay in Hickory, North Carolina overnight. So I drove up there, spent the night in Hickory, got up at 4 a.m, maybe. Like, we barely got any sleep. At 5 a.m, when we got in line, something like that, it was dark, very dark, huge line of people. I was in like.
Did you go with anybody or just by yourself?
Yeah, I took my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
She was down. So there we were in like the 7th or 8th row, close enough. I could have definitely nailed Trump with my shoe. Like I could see Chris Christie's fat rolls and his silly socks.
Wow, you were close enough to see Chris Christie's fat.
So was I, and I didn't go.
He's in the nosebleeds.
Let me tell you how much people loved him then. I'll say that.
When did you go, by the way?
This is in the midst of the 2016 run.
Oh, I got you.
In Hickory, North Carolina, which is a small, like, conservative town, college town, I think maybe. But he was late. Trump was. There was fog, and and Trump Force One couldn't descend through the fog.
It wasn't Trump Force One yet. Okay, let's get the lore right.
It wasn't.
I thought that's what he just called his private plane.
I thought he called his private plane that. He didn't call it Air Force One.
But he was like 4 or 5 hours late to his own thing. He rolled in around lunchtime. Nobody was complaining. Not only that, they brought up a black preacher to talk about homosexuals and abortion, and we all sang songs for hours, and nobody left.
I feel like if you're the type to go to any kind of political rally, like, you probably have some issues. No disrespect to you, because I feel like you went. I feel like you went in an observatory, like you were just curious to see what 100%. It looked like.
I was an observer. I bought merchandise though. I bought these. I just got them somewhere. Not Trump stuff, because that's kind of hacky. But these little buttons at the time that were like, bomb the shit out of ISIS, or like lock Hillary up with Hillary like behind bars. Just these stupid little keepsakes from the thing. But,
how the turntables.
Right?
On that one.
Ooh.
What do you guys think? What percentage chance do you think Trump ends up incarcerated?
I think it's
that extends to house arrest, right?
I think it's a higher chance than I think Woody or Kyle do. I don't think he'll be able to run. I think they'll like hit him with something that'll preclude it.
What do you mean?
Okay, do you mean
I don't think he'll be able to run
somewhere?
for office. Something will land and he won't be able to, is my guess.
So, I've got a few bets on this, and like various Trump bets, because I find it so fascinating, Trump in general. But there's different levels to that. So they could put him, worst case, crazy case scenario is they put him in some private weird wing of a federal prison somewhere. They're like, this is where we just built a wing. Mr. Trump stays here. That's like the crazy as it could get.
Yeah.
But on the other end, as vanilla as it could be, there could be like
house arrest.
House arrest.
Yeah.
And that will extend to your plane and your and you'll be able to leave your house arrest at any time to campaign, to do anything for this. They'll have all these reasons that he can get out of his house arrest that will allow him to continue being essentially Donald Trump, guy who runs for president when he wants your money.
And he'll ignore what rules they do put on him.
And if they try to come and arrest the guy running for president, the Secret Service is going to be like, hang on a minute, we can't turn him over to you. So that there'll be none of that. So that could happen. That sort of, we're giving you but I think 36. Remember, I love in Godfather, they suspended as a sentence. Suspended the sentence when these guys had beaten his daughter like bloody and ruined her face, and he doesn't understand the concept of a suspended sentence. And he wants justice, Godfather. That could happen too. One of those bullshit 50 years in prison, but not really. Go away. Go live your life, billionaire Don. Like that.
What about Taylor and Woody? What do you guys think? Have you read the indictments? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay. And
okay.
Well, yeah. I read the one on the documents case.
We read all of them. Well, I read all of them on stream. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It took us some hours to get through those.
It's tough. Here's my thing. He's guilty. He's absolutely guilty. Even people who defend him don't say he's innocent. They just say he shouldn't be punished. There's hardly anyone on earth who doesn't know that he tried to become president, even though he didn't win the election. There's no one on earth that says he didn't mishandle documents, keep them, refuse them to give them back, etc. There's no one on earth on the civil trial who says he didn't inflate not just the value of his properties, but the basics, like the square footage of the properties, or try to use weird comps to this is a social club and I'm going to try to value it like the most expensive home in the history of the world. Actually, he valued Mar-a-Lago
when you're going for a loan. When you're going for a loan, but when you're filing your taxes, okay, it doesn't.
It's a whole different thing. Yeah, right. I could go on, but he's absolutely guilty of all these things. The question is, will Trump have consequences? And I'm like, well, no, of course he won't have consequences. One, half of America doesn't want him to have consequences. And two, I've been watching this guy. So I grew up in Ocean City, New Jersey, 15 miles from all these Trump casinos. He's never had consequences since I was young, since before I had armpit hair. Yeah, yeah. So I just don't know how I've been watching him for the last, 8 years, thinking they got him now. They got him now, right? The Russians emailed Trump Jr., said, I got dirt on Hillary. He said, I love it. And now the overwhelming narrative is the whole Russia thing was a hoax that never happened, right? That his campaign manager gave the Russians their polling data so they could more effectively manipulate our voters. And everyone just knows that was a fake story and you can't trust
the definition of Russiagate, I feel like it changes depending on who you talk to. Like, some people think Russiagate is so when people said they hacked the election, they're taking that literally and they think that the accusation is Russia went in and changed votes or whatever. But if you just define, I always define Russiagate as just it wasn't even collusion or secretive. It just happened in the open. So Donald Trump just said hey, Russia, if you help us find these emails, you'll be greatly rewarded by our press. And then literally hours later, they're trying to do phishing schemes or whatever for the. So that was so was there illegality there? There were some question marks, but that didn't really shock me.
I can see him be was that bad? Was that wrong?
I didn't know you couldn't do that.
Hey, folks out there, who thought that was a bad idea to ask for some help from a friend across the seas to attack that dirty, nasty lady? And everybody
Mr. Mackey from South Park.
True. She's a dirty, nasty
Trump
lady.
Won't face consequences. That's my opinion today anyway.
You don't think that one of these juries is going to find him guilty? These are felonies. This isn't he's not going to get.
It's just based on the fact, I think a lot of people started noticing Trump 6 years ago. I started watching Trump 35 years ago, and he's never faced a consequence.
Well, I think we're in the find out stage of the fucking around. I think he was shielded by the presidency for a while, and he no longer has that shield. And so it's up to a jury ultimately. I mean, it was juries that handed down these grand jury indictments. So these prosecutors were able to convince people in 4 different districts to hand down
I remember
indictments.
He was bankrupt. He wasn't paying his creditors. And then he got something like a $350,000 a month allowance to like, spend just, walking around money. And I was like he doesn't get consequences. He never has. And it's not fair. But if you're asking me to make a prediction,
I mean, it seems like he's dealing with a lot of consequences.
Don't you think that Melania should be more ride or die? Like he plucked her out of some village in Slovenia or some shit. She should be out front being like, "You lie about my husband. These are lies." And like she should be. She
did a chain migration with her family too. They did.
Was she? I thought she was like rich supermodel before Trump. Is that not?
When we say supermodel, like there's been like 10 ever, right?
There's a whole. Or I guess you're right. I couldn't name.
There's been like 10 or 20 supermodels ever. If we want to really.
Cindy Crawford,
and
Tyra Banks,
Shields.
Brooke Shields, wasn't she an actress? She was an actress.
She started as like a 14-year-old Calvin Klein jeans model.
Oh,
look at my sexy 14-year-old pussy when I put on these Calvins.
Who's Tom Brady's
that's
wife?
What the fucking ads were like. They were awful.
Tom Brady's wife or ex-wife?
Giselle's got more money than Tom.
She's a supermodel.
That's more of a tycoon S. What do you call a lady tycoon? Tycoon.
An heiress.
Just.
I was waiting on you. But no, seriously, she was a model, and one of the things that I think goes back and forth is whether the more racier pictures that are nudes are her or not. But I've seen some like nudes.
Is that even in doubt? Like, I feel like that's 100% that it's her, right?
Yeah, in some of them, but I've seen all sorts of crazy pictures where I don't know if that's her.
Wait, are you talking about
you'll see full on pornography and then everything in between.
Are you talking about Tom Brady's wife or
no? We're on Melania. So Melania's taking some topless pictures. I think even bottomless pictures, but you don't like see labia or anything. Like,
dude, have you seen?
Sitting.
Sorry.
But Kyle is like, there are some where she's fucking like getting DP'd. I'm not sure they're real.
I don't think she had sex with that donkey.
Have you guys seen how fucking enormous Baron is? He's like 6'9", dude. He is
change
enormous.
That man king.
Yeah, we should make. Let's get out of this whole voting thing. Let's make Baron king. His name is already Baron. Can you imagine a better regal name than Baron, other than like Duke?
No, we have their kids fight as their champions. So Hunter Biden versus Baron or something like that. Or maybe
I think
that's not looking good for Hunter Biden. Like,
really,
dude, Hunter Biden's like 55. Isn't he like 50 years old and he's smoking crack?
Underestimating the age problem.
In my head, Baron's a little skinny, but I'm just saying, if you give him 6 months and a training regimen and a fucking like a dietitian, he could get
6 months. Sure. That's 3 more inches of height for Baron. This kid's huge.
Yeah. How old is Baron? That's my thing. He's still 14 in my mind.
No, he's like 18 now. I think isn't he?
Yeah,
18's still a little young. If he was 22, he'd be getting into his man strength.
Dude, he is enormous, man.
Is that Hunter? Baron aged poorly.
Yeah, Baron looks like he's in his 50s in this pic.
Baron looks like he's had some fun with amphetamines and what.
Yeah, I think Baron's a drug addict.
And then Baron's a drug addict? Is that what you said?
We're joking because it's supposed to be a Baron picture and he looks like
okay.
Do you remember that old? This is making me remember that picture of Baron walking next to his dad, and that meme where they kept photoshopping Trump's arms longer. Like longer and longer and longer. It was like Trump's arms have continued to get longer ever since he touched the Saudi orb.
Dude. And Trump is 6'3", bro. He's not like he's a tall guy.
He's not actually 6'3".
This is an old picture. So? Baron is like 6'8" or something now. Like he's colossal.
Yeah. And that's like that's the face of a kid who's like not done. With like he doesn't have a beard yet, and he's 6'8".
Don't you stay growing until you're like 26? Doesn't it continue until you're?
He's on like the Robert Wadlow path of height, where like you have to start using a cane at 19.
Yeah,
because your body's just so big. Yeah, well, good for Baron Trump. Good for him being tall.
Yeah,
he's 17 right now. So I'm gonna go with Hunter, even though obviously that tide is about to turn. I just don't see 17-year-olds beating grown men very often.
Yeah,
he speaks like
not
5 languages too.
17 is like You're like strong by 17.
So we have very different opinions of 17. I'm like 17. That's like when you first orgasm, right?
No, that's when you start dunking. Like that's what he's doing at 17. Yeah, no, he'd be able to put his hand on Hunter's face and keep him away like a cartoon.
Hunter would fuck him up. Hunter is the kind of man who hires whores and does crap.
He seems scrappy. Yeah,
he's on the mean streets. Okay, you don't think he's ever had to slap a bitch?
Dude,
Biden has done
half the bitches
all day. He's
exhausted. No, not to fuck with Hunter.
As Hunter, as Joe Biden's emissary for the crime family, he's got to be the enforcer. Like he's got to have some kind of hand-to-hand combat, deal with those like Ukrainian oligarchs.
You're making a lot of sense.
One would think.
It's true.
If I was going to hang out, I would love to hang out with Hunter Biden. I bet it's fucking awesome. I think
he's sober now, so it might be a little boring for you.
Someone left the cocaine in the White House.
There's Oh yeah, I wonder who that was. Was it the guy like wiping his nose?
Here's the thing:
he wasn't even in the White House.
Yeah,
he wasn't even in.
So it was left in a place that I guess had a lot of traffic. So it wasn't there for like 6 days, and he hadn't been there for a while, 3-4 days or something. So it wasn't literally Hunter, but you tell me it's not from his circle. It's from his circle.
We know for sure it wasn't literally Hunter.
Yeah, because we know where he was.
You think like Hunter Biden orbiters are just hanging out in the White House, just kind of.
I bet Hunter's Secret Service guy has a vial of cocaine in his pocket. Is what I think.
Maybe.
Probably. I bet Secret Service guys like hook you up, like because they're not worried about drugs and stuff. They're worried about making sure you don't get assassinated.
First of all, Secret Service are fucking cool as shit. All right, that's the coolest name ever. They didn't even start as some presidential protection service. They were all about counterfeit money or whatever. Now they ride around. Every time you hear about it in a foreign country, they're getting whores, drugs. Hunter Biden's Secret Service guy definitely holds his drugs if he has one around him. And then that guy, he's probably his drug dealer. Those guys are awesome.
And now Joe Biden, I think Joe Biden's brother, they found a fucking profile of his like a naked picture profile on a gay like dating website or platform or whatever.
I don't believe that. When I hear that, I think propaganda.
The picture, you can see it. It's anyway.
But that doesn't mean he made the profile.
Gay?
Yeah.
Somehow it ended up on that. It ended up on that site, but yeah,
I don't know how it ends up on that
picture
site.
could easily be somebody's dating profile, and that doesn't mean you did it. You're just in the public.
That happens a lot.
Well,
why would people? Is he like a family man who's like, I'm like going out getting the Christmas tree and then really blowing some guy at a truck stop, or is he just a gay guy?
I think it's just a gay guy, but it was.
Who cares? Of course, a gay guy has a gay dating app.
Yeah, there you go. Naked selfie right there, guys. Guys with iPhones. I don't know what the new.
Let's see it. Is he fit?
He's pretty fit.
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty fit. Yeah.
Dude, for his age group, this guy's a 1%er.
Yeah.
Oh man, he stole all of Joe's virility.
You call that a high value male? But the thing, don't knock Joe, okay? Because he was fucking like 78 years old, and he fell off of a bike and got back on. Like he didn't have to go to the emergency room after falling off of a bike. I'm just saying, when I fall off of a bike, if I ever turn 78, I'm like half of my body is going to shatter when that happens. So I think people are interpreting that bike fall all wrong, in my opinion.
That was pretty embarrassing.
That is a sunny way to look at a bike fall.
He looked like an old.
Look at him! He got
man.
up.
It was because it was so.
And it was
slow.
like 3 months after a different fall.
Yeah, it was the the pedal clips. I don't. Have you guys ever used the clips with pedals?
You've described them.
You're like a long time ago. Yeah, where you lock your feet in.
It is so easy to do what Joe did, and it happens to everyone who uses them.
Yeah.
Like, so charitable.
No, so it literally like. I think this is exposing the fact that you haven't used the toe clip pedals. Like if you had, you'd be like, yeah, you'd fucking fall to the side sometimes.
I have a question. Why is he wearing toe clip pedal special shoes and a bike?
Because he's a
physically active 80-year-old man.
I doubt
Is he on his bike this weekend?
You don't. He regularly exercise. I don't know why you guys are pretending like he's not in shape for a fucking.
Look, we've been with you every liberal step of the way tonight. Give us this one. That's a
senile old man who falls off bikes and like stumbles and
he still goes on runs. He still goes on runs every day. Who do you think
is corrected you when you?
Who do you think is in better shape? Who do you think is in better shape? Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Who do you think is in better
physically?
Both.
Oh, mentally Trump, physically probably Biden.
I think an obstacle course is how you determine physical fitness. That's how they do it in the Army.
Find any random transcript of Donald Trump talking or doing an interview and then read it back to me and then tell me his mind is like sharp as a tack.
I have a response to this.
Okay,
I kind of agree. Joe Biden presents as more senile than he really is, and Trump presents as less senile. So hear this out. When I listen to Joe Biden speak, here we go. When I listen to Joe Biden speak, I want to turn the volume up. He has this mumble. I can barely get what he's saying. My own hearing is deteriorating. You need to turn him up. When I hear Trump speak, I need to invent some sort of nonsense canceling headphones. But at least it's loud, it's audible, and it sounds like he fucking said a thing, even if he didn't answer the question, got a little confused, and said he beat Obama in a presidential election. Trump needs nonsense canceling headphones, but he doesn't sound senile.
He speaks very confidently. And
Trump speaks very confidently, and he's a good entertainer. He speaks clearly. Like, you get what he's saying, even if you don't agree with it. Biden is like,
you lost me at the end there.
You understand what he's trying to say generally. Biden is like mumbling. He forgets what he's saying all the time. Okay, he's always looking around with a senile downer, whatever they call it, sundowning eyes. Like, he needs people to lead him out of there. Like,
how many times have you actually listened? Okay, so for example, 60 Minutes, they did an interview with Biden. It's like a 15-minute segment. Like, how many times do you actually watch when Biden gives like prolonged interviews? That's my question.
And I give him, I think I'm fair to him. I grade most of his public speaking. He's actually doing an Oval Office address tonight. It's only his second one.
Yeah, so he's doing it right now.
To watching it
literally right now.
Yeah, don't spoil it. No spoilers, please. If we go to war with Iran, I want to know later, not tonight. I want to find out about that. Sometimes I see him and he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He does this thing where he's like, literally, people. No, I mean it. I mean that.
Yeah.
I mean that. He's like trying to let you. Maybe he's speaking to Gen Z who doesn't even take the word literally. But he has this thing over and over. He's like, I mean it. That's a real thing, not just.
And he says stuff sometimes that's like, we're gonna lick the world. Like he obviously he has never been a strong public speaker, but when you sit him down and he's like, if you watch, for example, his debate with Bernie, it was a one-on-one debate with Bernie. He actually did really well in that debate. He did not do well when it was like 8 candidates on the stage and he's like overstimulated or whatever, and then he's like tripping over his speech. But if you listen to the answers that he's giving in like the 60 Minutes interview or whatever, he can give you like comprehensive answers about really complex geopolitical realities, like really complicated issues, and he can get into the minutia about these things. I do not think, I've never seen Trump engage with the issues in the same way ever. And
the thing about Biden, I think a lot of people who have this opinion that he's very senile are getting their information through like compilations on Twitter. Yeah. And they just choose his lowest lows. They make a sequence of them and you get a false impression of what he's really like. These are the people who don't watch like a 15-minute, 60-minute section and get a more accurate representation of where Biden is.
It's trial by vibes. Like a lot of people in the country, they judge like the political landscape off of just kind of like personal vibes. And
did you see him this week?
Yeah, pretty much everyone.
Did you see him in Israel?
Yeah, I did.
It was bad. I mean, he looked very sleepy. The jet lag was definitely affecting him tremendously. He was all stooped over, sitting in that chair with Netanyahu and his cue cards and everything. Oh, this and that, and Israel, and restrained response. And I'm literally people. Yeah, he didn't look good. And
I've pretty. That's what I get from.
That's CNN's take. I don't know.
And these aren't like necessarily.
I have to go to find people who think he's like a strong public speaker or not too old to speak well. I don't think he's going to run, or if he does, I think he's going to die. Like
you don't think Biden will run?
He's just too old, and he's with it.
He's running. I think. Listen, look, he's clearly like
cutoff.
He's clearly like an older guy, but I think you guys are way overselling his like aloofness, because aside from his speech impediment and aside from his like not being as energetic as he was like 10 or 20 years ago, he's a fucking 80-year-old man, of course. He can give you like really coherent, long, lengthy, comprehensive answers to complex questions. And I think that's his age personally, it doesn't like, as long as he's doing things that I agree with, then I don't give a fuck. And it's the same thing with like Trump supporters. Like they might not like Trump personally, but if he's doing policies that they like, then it doesn't fucking matter that he says crazy shit or whatever and is embroiled in this scandal or that scandal.
He might kill him. I think if he does like a full press campaign, if it's neck and neck and Trump's ahead and he's having to make all those stops, like, yes, Mr. Biden, it's ABC at 6, NBC at 6:30. At 8 p.m., we're going to be on the road in Wisconsin. At 9 o'clock, you're going to be on your plane. We're landing at 10. If it's days like that for weeks at a time, I think that'll literally kill that old man. And that has nothing to do with like his mental faculties. I think that is very stressful and ages.
I look forward to seeing what you're talking about, Kyle, because during Biden's presidency, he hasn't been that accessible. I think I like a lot of the policies. I feel like he's doing the right thing, and I'm mostly thinking about Ukraine and now perhaps Israel. I'm a little
his foreign policy I'm on board with. Obviously, economically, if we drew one of those fucking boards, Taylor, we'll get to your fucking isolationist. Let's all hide out here behind the
what? Getting health care before we fund more wars?
You hated healthcare for
They're not mutually exclusive. If we stop giving funding to Ukraine tomorrow, it's not like we could summon the political will to get like Medicare for all done or whatever.
Healthcare. If they can afford it, they've got too much.
People talk about it in terms of like, okay, why are we giving this like 30 billion to Ukraine when we could be doing the homeless vet stuff or whatever? But it's like, if we didn't give any of that money, you would still have a debate in Congress about how that money should be spent. And it's not like that. It's not we would automatically get healthcare if we didn't give.
No, it wouldn't automatically give aid, but you could get other things for it. You could not spend hundreds of billions on foreign wars and that don't service the American people.
What are we sacrificing domestically? Give me a specific policy that we don't have because we're giving funding to Ukraine.
We have shit tons of inflation. We're printing money. We are printing billions of dollars.
There is a global inflation. There are global inflationary pressures going on right now for a variety of reasons, including
we are the anchor point currency. Like we are the global currency. Like we are the metric by which all others are compared. And ever since they did the huge COVID stimulus thing and printed shit tons of money, now we're seeing inflation running rampant. The cost of energy, the cost of food, home ownership, 8% mortgage rate.
Our inflation is lower than the rest of the world.
Every other country in the G7.
They're not dragging our anchor.
We fared better than every other country in the G7. Are we saying that like inflation in Germany is because Joe Biden passed the American Rescue Plan? Is that what you think?
No, forget about Joe Biden and Trump and that. We print money for businesses, non-government organizations in the form of the COVID shit where they hand it all out and they send you a little pittance, and then we fund infinite wars and we keep printing more and more and more money from the Fed. And what does that do? It obviously causes inflation. And the result of people on the ground here is the cost of food, energy, day-to-day purchases. Home ownership has become an impossibility. This shit is not good for the American public, the American people.
We're back down to like normal levels of inflation. It had been going down for like the last year.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
The consumer price index is going through the roof. It's bad.
Wait, what? We're talking about inflation right now. The rate of inflation is like, what? Isn't it like less than 3% at this point? We are like back to pre-COVID levels, aren't we?
It's not down 3%. It's back to like going up a similar amount year over year. So inflation has gotten worse over the year.
It stopped rising.
It stopped rising at the absurd rapid rates, but it's still worth way less than it was.
Your money didn't gain its value back.
We peaked at 9% inflation. No, obviously that's not how inflation works. Obviously, like these are the new levels or whatever. But
that's bad. That's a big thing.
Deflation's worse, and I'm not a good enough economist to explain why. But deflation is a catastrophe.
We saw tons of inflation in this country because the vaccine was distributed. We started to get back to like normalcy or whatever. All of a sudden, demand skyrocketed for goods that had been sort of shuttered during the pandemic. These companies, especially like energy, we had this enormous demand for oil all of a sudden, and we didn't have the infrastructure in place to actually account for that. So the price of that skyrocketed. Like there's so many reasons why global inflation occurred. And then you had oil pressure on the oil prices because of the conflict in Ukraine. And that had an effect like literally all over the world. And then you also have organizations or OPEC, right? OPEC was making the decision to deliberately like hamper the supply of oil so they could manipulate the price in their favor. There's all kinds of reasons.
In the real day-to-day world, middle-class people are getting fucked. Home ownership has become an impossibility for a lot of people. Homes are more expensive than ever in real dollars, and the rates you're getting are above 8% now.
It's but how is not giving Ukraine, $30 billion or whatever, or $100 billion? How is that going to help with that inflation? We
could spend it on anything else. Let's use healthcare as an example. Would we rather have healthcare, universal healthcare, or would we rather fund Ukraine or Israel or whatever the new thing's going to be?
Ideally, you could do both.
No, ideally, we take care of our own here before we start sending out shit tons of money.
It just depends. Do you think like liberal democracy is something that's like worth trying to protect in that region? And some people are going to say no, some people say yes. But
I really don't care about Russia or Ukraine or the Middle East at all. Like I care about Americans and making homeownership a possibility, having food and fuel and cars and these things be available to the average person, where people aren't working 5 gig economy jobs trying to make ends meet. Like, it's just not a good use of our resources. And we do it over and over and over. What was the end result of Afghanistan? Trillions of dollars wasted, millions of lives lost, and the American public gets bupkis.
It was 1 trillion.
Yeah.
It was 1 trillion.
You can act like a trillion.
There's a big difference between 1 and 2.
And then among normal, not people who aren't online all the time, most people are infinitely more concerned with inflation and the cost of goods and services rising in a way that's totally unsustainable, wages stagnating or going down.
That's why Donald Trump's going to win.
Then they are about Ukraine or the Middle East. Most people aren't stoked on that. Like, when you talk to day-to-day people, for the most part, they're not like, yes, more money to Ukraine. They're like, I can't afford a home. I lost my job.
It was funding for Ukraine was initially popular. I think it recently dipped down just slightly below 50%.
I think it's because they're not doing well enough. Yeah, it's the sports thing, right? When the Eagles win, we won. When the Eagles lose, they lost. And that's what's happening with Ukraine. Like, you got to start. If you measure your territory gained in meters per week, you're going to lose the support of the people funding it. You need to be a bigger winner than that. On to Taylor's points. Your points sound great, but I think a lot of it is on the strength of your speaking and debating skills. But when you say stuff like, I want inflation to go down and I want interest rates to go down, those are in contrast with each other. Rising interest rates are why inflation rate went down. You can't have both. If you want inflation to go back up, you'll lower interest.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't see a purpose in funding infinite war. I feel like we've learned this lesson. I feel like we're going to kick another football to have it removed again.
I strongly disagree that we've learned any lessons. We don't do that here.
Clearly we haven't learned any lessons, because we're about to fund Israel with a bunch of money.
Imagine
we keep funding you.
The writing's on the wall.
It doesn't help Americans. Our government should exist to service Americans. It's our government. We should be the number 1 through 100 priority. And so when our country's not going well, and economically the average person is struggling immensely, that should be the priority.
I would like somebody in power to better articulate what we get from this. Now, regular listeners know I'm pro-Ukraine, right? I've always been that way, and I haven't changed my mind. But can someone concisely and effectively explain what America gets out of Ukraine? Lindsey Graham gives it a try. He's like, we wiped out half of Russians' tanks for 2% of our military budget. It's the best money I ever spent. That's what Lindsey Graham says. And I'm like, all right, I get that.
You also have to imagine a world where nobody supported Ukraine and Russia just rolled through and annexed the entire region. In what universe is Vladimir Putin going to stop with Ukraine? At least now, if you make him pay a price, political, and if you make him pay a financial price and a price in human lives, that will make him.
You think he would have tried to conquer Germany?
I don't think he would have started Germany. He'd have started. I think he'd have gone down there to those tiny countries right below Poland, one of those tiny little countries, and done something there.
And then also, what do you think Xi Jinping's going to do in Taiwan if he watches Vladimir Putin walk into Ukraine unopposed and there's no international support?
I don't to say that Putin would stop is like, well, you're not watching. He took Crimea.
He invaded Georgia in like 2000, he invaded Georgia in like 2004. He invaded Crimea. Like he's gone on the record as saying like the dissolution of the USSR was the worst mistake that they ever made. Like he doesn't believe that they should have done that. So like he's very open and explicit about his goals of expansion. Yeah. And I just don't think that you can allow someone like that to enact that kind of a military campaign without any kind of international support. And so, you know,
I think that comes so far down the list after.
You still need to get, but you still need to get
stimulating the economy too.
You still need to get the vote if you want to do universal health care instead of Ukraine. Okay, fine. Show me where the votes are. You need 60 votes in the Senate. Can you get 60 votes in the Senate for a healthcare bill?
Well, just because you can't get it right now doesn't mean, okay, well then just print infinite money and give it to Ukraine and give it to Israel and give it to Taiwan or whatever. Like that doesn't help us. That doesn't help American people.
I don't think they're printing infinite money. It represents such a small part of our federal budget. It's pennies. Like it's not a lot of money compared. And a lot the money that the aid packages that we're giving to Ukraine, it's not like we're just giving them like $110 billion in cash. Most of that comes in the form of like equipment that we weren't even using.
And then we're going to give more of our tax dollars to get more backfill equipment for us through Raytheon.
Well, we were going to do that anyway, Taylor. Yeah. I think that's the thing that's largely misunderstood. Like if we give an 18-year-old Humvee to Ukraine, well, shit, we were going to like melt it down anyway. We don't go to war with 25-year-old Humvees.
Did you see recently so we recently gave the Ukrainians those ATACMS missiles that we've been holding off on forever? It's an acronym.
It's great though.
They go very, very, very far, hundreds of miles of range. And I guess the first ATACMS that they shot was 27
165 kilometers.
No, it's thousands of miles. It's
totally not.
There's different. I know. There's definitely different like models of the ATACMS thing.
And those aren't the ones we gave them. Right? And the FAR models don't go as far as you.
Well, this isn't spelled in a funny way.
Yeah, last week's thing where it was 27 years old.
Well, that I don't know, but I know the
point I was making was the thing we gave them was made in 1996 or something like that. Yeah, it was like we've been holding on to that bullet since 1996. So I don't mind us giving it to them to shoot.
Do you think that we should be helping Israel like replenish their Iron Dome, for example?
Or we do that anyway by like
our deal
is we cover 50% of that anyway
for foreign aid and shit. No, we don't need to give Israel anything. They can take care of their own shit.
Okay.
They have a first world military.
190 miles.
They're fine.
Thousands of miles, Woody.
Like I don't enough with the foreign aid.
I know.
I think we live in a vastly interconnected world, and if we start letting strongmen destabilize entire regions through like military conquest, I think that sets a horrible precedent. Like, it doesn't mean World War III next year. No, probably not. But like, what does it mean for like 20 years from now, 30 years? What do the maps look like now? If we just allow someone like Putin to just roll in and annex an entire country, like that's fucking crazy.
I struggled to defend my own hypocrisy because on this show for years, I said, why are we giving so much to Israel? And I think actually Kyle and Taylor were on the other side of it.
How much do we actually give them though?
I don't know, but I just feel like they're a successful country. Why are you giving money to your rich brother? Like
exactly. Like we give them, I think it's $3.5 billion a year.
I think it's something
foreign
like that
aid.
too.
Yeah,
but we give them,
but then Ukraine comes along and suddenly I'm for foreign aid. I don't know how to justify this hypocrisy, but here I am.
I'll tell you this.
It'd be different if we were like banging on all cylinders in the U.S. and everybody's got a great job and everybody's buying houses and everything's great and energy's cheap and food isn't like notice. I've become price sensitive at the grocery store with meat and shit. Like I have. It's gotten that bad. It's so much more expensive than it was 4 years ago. So much more. And I'm not saying 4 years like fucking Trump and Biden. I was just thinking back to 2019, kind of before all of the COVID shit kicked off. And
but a lot of that inflation was unavoidable. And the fact that we got to a high of like 9% inflation and then through like the Fed raising the rates or whatever, we got down to like a normal level. I mean, it sucks. Like I'm not saying
it didn't go down. The rate of increase decreased.
The rate of inflation went down. I don't know what you mean when you say that.
He's saying there was no deflation. It didn't go back to previous.
But that's not how it works. Nobody thinks that that's going to happen, right?
Some people think that. Yeah.
He's saying prices didn't go back down; they just stopped rising, and I think we can all agree on that.
That's inflation.
Let the semantics go. Yeah.
But all things considered, we did pretty well. Like we avoided a major recession when a year ago, all the major economic forecasters were saying like this is like 100% certainty we're gonna get a recession. And like obviously, like
history will look at Biden more highly than the news does.
I don't think so.
I do. I agree.
He's
Taylor,
not done yet. He's not done yet.
Oh, he's got like 6 months to live, as far as I can
We
tell.
don't know the consequences of the major geopolitical moves he has made are yet. He has he has stopped a mud hole in Russia's ass over there with some paperwork and angered Vladimir Putin and that giant military whose best buddies China, who are running drills right now together in the disputed seas above Japan. Meanwhile, nobody talks about that shit in Sudan. I thought we were doing trivia tonight. I was told to prepare for trivia. I was told that the war in Sudan was going to be one of the categories. It's scary.
Dude, Sudan, don't they always have a war?
This is a big one. I sent you that clip of them all burning alive.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I don't like those.
Come on.
To your point, Kyle.
Did you watch any of the fucked up footage out of the October 7 attack? Like I've been avoiding. Like I used to watch those crazy fucking beheading videos a long time ago. It really upset me, so I stopped. But I wanted to see what was was going on, and
I have not seen that. No, I try not to watch.
I always watch
everything much.
When the Christchurch shooting happened in New Zealand, and that guy
I couldn't do that. No,
I watched all of that.
I watched.
It was a mistake to watch that. I did.
Was every version of that set to like Doom music or something?
He was playing. No,
I think that was
his
Doom
music. He was playing. It was like I heard it described as meme music. I don't know enough about 4chan and that culture to know like the significance of the song he's playing, but I'm sure it was an inside joke or something.
He was saying like sub to PewDiePie, like he was for sure doing meme shit like while he was doing that.
He's doing the 3-point turn because he went the wrong way, and he's like, "This is some Austin Powers shit." And you're like, "Man, this is a normal dude with like a sense of humor," and then he goes and murders. I don't remember how many people it was, but it's awful. But that's years ago. I saw the
first shot. He shot someone with a shotgun, and I turned it off because I got so fucking upset. Like it haunts me. Like I think the images get stuck in my head for weeks when I see that.
I thought
shit.
he was going to burn him alive. He got the gas cans out at one point.
When a mass murderer just like goes on the street and starts shooting, they're not that successful. But every so often they do it in such a way that they corner their victims and get a really high kill count, and it's horrific. It's like, I don't know. Imagine you went to a school and you're like, hey, no one gets hurt if you all sit here. Don't move. Go to the corner. And then you open fire. Like that is the kind of brutality that the New Zealand guy did. He found a place with no exits.
We just had the biggest mass shooting of all time. I don't remember what happened to him. Those people running from that concert, I think hundreds of them.
Oh, the Vegas one. Yeah.
No, in Israel.
In Israel
one, yeah.
People were at an outdoor concert.
No. It was hundreds. 260 people got fucking killed. I think that's the body count.
I've heard some horrific stuff about that day that's turned out not to be true. Of course, there's the 40 decapitated babies. I heard they were like raping women at the concert next to those women's the bodies of their friends.
That's what some witnesses initially reportedly said. But yeah,
I wonder. There's so much untrue stuff. I don't know what to believe.
Well, the big one right now, right, is that hospital.
Yeah.
So to catch everyone up, who, in case you're living in a hole, here's exactly what happened. A hospital in Gaza exploded, and Israel.
No. Hold on, wait. A hospital didn't explode. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
No.
A parking lot next to the hospital.
That was initially what was reported. They said
parking lot has severe potholes. I've seen the footage. They turned that parking lot into a parking lot.
It was initially reported that a hospital got leveled, and this is what came out of the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is run through Hamas. So like Hamas was telling the world Israel dropped a missile on a hospital, leveled it, and 500 people got killed. And then the evidence that came out today, or was it the day before? I'm not sure. Was it actually hit the parking lot, the adjacent parking lot? The crater was minuscule. And
are they saying that I didn't think they were trying to even claim that was the impact. That was just one of the impacts.
That was the main impact. Yeah.
The damage seems to be something you could ride a bicycle over.
Okay, so here's what happened. What I think happened, I don't know. I was watching the news a few hours ago, and some of this is different. you can see one of the Hamas rockets take off and sputter out in the air. And then seconds later, you can see this fiery impact and explosion at the hospital.
Yeah.
And it's like, that clearly fell down there, or at least that makes sense. That seems like
the timing seems right. And the direction seems right.
So the problem here, of course, is, and the reason it's a topic of discussion is, every Arab nation in the world and hundreds of thousands of people in the streets are screaming that Israel airstruck that hospital, and they believe that it exploded and that there are 500 dead people, among them the babies that were out there dead in that press conference. Now, what you need to know is that Hamas is, we've got like political parties, and then we've got like whoever runs a hospital, but they just kind of got Hamas and they run everything. So Hamas stages this press conference, and they're wearing their doctors' uniforms, but I don't know if they're doctors, and they got like dead bodies everywhere around them as they're crying. So that's the rallying cry of hundreds of thousands of people right now. Israel blew up the hospital. Here's the pile of dead babies. Here's the doctors holding them.
Yeah.
Fiery explosion, blah, blah, blah.
What?
Everyone else, and I don't just mean the right or the left, I mean like the UN weapons experts, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, everybody's like, here's all the evidence that shows you this is not what an Israeli airstrike looks like. Hang on, we've got 10,000 clips of what Israeli airstrikes look like because they've been doing it all week. See how everything explodes, goes flat, and there's this big zzz, boom? That's not what happened here. It looks like the Hamas rocket fell.
Yeah.
And the fuel from the rocket in particular in that parking lot burnt a bunch of people up.
That makes sense.
But none of the major news organizations are coming out and saying like, we think it was Israel, or we think it was.
They better not.
They're coming out.
They better fucking not.
What the consensus is, there's a slowly emerging consensus since yesterday that it appears more likely than not that it was a missile or a rocket that originated from Gaza. But you can't rule out that it could have been some kind of small munitions. You can't 100% rule that out. The problem is that the fog of war is so fucking thick right now, and both the IDF and the Likud party, and Netanyahu and Hamas are both aggressively pursuing a propaganda campaign, because this has become an international event with actual real world consequences on diplomacy. Like Jordan canceled a meeting with Biden because of this narrative that Israel destroyed this hospital. And so both sides are trying to do whatever they can. Like the IDF released an audio tape that was supposedly of two Hamas people like talking to each other about how it was really there. But then there was some independent analysis that said that the syntax and the accent and like none of it matched up. And so like, it's hard, like it's impossible.
The Israelis showed me where the missiles came from. I'm like, hang on, God damn it! You're showing me too much evidence, Israel.
So it's not a great idea.
When we set somebody up, we don't set them up all the way. Okay, you don't go full setup. They're like, here's where the missiles came from. Here are their flight path.
It's just not a good idea to react.
They have the bad guys on the phone going, "It was us. Yeah, we messed up, boys.
We fired it from a cemetery. It's ours. Oh fuck!" But like, this is why it's not a great idea to react like in real time to these kind of events. Like, it's much better to like wait a day or two. Like Rashida Tlaib, she was out there passionately like, "Fuck the U.S. for supporting them. Look at what they did." And then even when confronted with contradictory evidence, she like doubled down.
Is the other one Omar Sharif or something? I guess I struggle with names.
Ilhan Omar, to her credit, it's Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. But Ilhan Omar, to her credit, she was citing an AP story that straight up said, Israeli airstrike killed whatever, and then she issued a correction saying, yesterday we cited an AP article. Now there's So to her credit, she actually like acknowledged, but
atrocity propaganda is so common at the start of every global conflict like this. Like everyone's going to try and convince the world, like,
don't see what's the writing on the wall. We got to get going. We got to kill.
Yeah, you have to be a little more meted in your response to it, because every side has a vested interest in making the other look as despicable as possible.
Really resonated with me. He's like, hey, after 9/11, America was mad. And we went out for justice, and we got that justice. But boy, we kind of went too far, and a lot of innocent people died because of it. Why don't you learn from our mistake?
Yeah, I thought that was significant. Like that, I'd never heard a president like speak about the post 9/11 era in that way. And
George Bush has a little.
Did he?
There was this funny moment. He was talking about like not going into what was he talking about? He was talking about not going into he's talking about Ukraine. He's like it's never right to invade a country that hasn't done anything wrong and doesn't deserve this. A country like Iraq. Well, yeah, Iraq too.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
I didn't see that.
It was pretty good.
I wonder what's he up to now.
Would you want him back?
No.
Would you pick? All right, if 3-man race: Trump, Biden, George W. again. We'll throw the rules out.
No, I'd go Trump again. Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I thought you wanted healthcare. What do you? I thought you wanted.
We want justice.
Oh, none of these people are going to give healthcare. The best thing Trump did was keep us out of like escalating additional foreign conflicts. That was the best thing Trump did. Because other than that, what do you do? Tax cuts for rich people in 2018, and
that's it.
He built some wall.
Wait, hold on. But Biden has like almost entirely ended the drone program. He actually pulled out of. It's not that we don't drop any drones, but he's severely restricted our use of drones. He actually pulled out of Afghanistan. We're not kinetically involved.
That's not a win for him. That pull out of
conflict.
Afghanistan. That's a huge.
Not politically, but I feel like to Taylor's priority system, Trump just said bullshit about isolationism. There were no Putin didn't do any invasions to test Trump's isolationism. And Afghanistan happened and Trump didn't get shit done.
And that's fair. Like if the Ukraine shit would have happened under Trump, it's likely he would have been funding it just as much, which I don't know. Disliked.
He says
he liked Russia so much. I'm not sure, but
I don't think he would have.
Make it some other country. If fucking China invaded Taiwan, he might have jumped in there and done something.
Yeah,
he wouldn't be so isolationist in that situation. But
it's possible, yeah.
If your goals out of Afghanistan, if your goals are more
people in,
if your goals are a more dovey foreign policy kind of thing and like expanded access to healthcare, I don't know why you wouldn't support a Democrat. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
They just are toothless on all of their shit. Like they're not going to do anything. I don't believe any mainstream Democrat, any mainstream Republican is actually going to fight for healthcare because most of them are bought by pharmaceutical companies that profit off of us not having that.
You got to deliver a Congress that will actually deliver a bill to their table. He he tried to introduce he wanted to do a single payer thing, but if you don't give a president and Congress to actually write the legislation, it's not going to happen. A president can't do it by themselves. Like if you would have elected Bernie, he wouldn't have been able to just like magically summon Medicare for all. You also need to. We
had a time in 2018 where Kyle and I were both like more Bernie bros.
Oh yeah,
we were like, let's do this.
Look. I hope Bernie runs. That's what I want. I want Biden to. Here's my dream. If I were the crafter of the universe, if I were the writer of history, if I was like that godlike entity in Marvel, I would make it so. Biden would die. Kamala would die. like late in the running, and the
how would they
Democrats
die?
They would die public. I shouldn't go into that. I mean,
so like violently.
No spoilers.
No spoilers for Kyle's screenplay here.
At FBI on Twitter.
It would go in a rough way where like the American public would be like, "Oh no."
Okay.
Wait, they would die in a bad way. Public's like, "Oh no, gotta rally behind the Democrats."
So now who's the president? McHenry or something?
Bernie. No, he didn't win. It's
Bernie's even running.
Bernie steps in, old Bernie, and he comes. But his running. How old is AOC? There's no succession. He steps in as the Democratic nominee.
I am seizing power now that it is my time.
When the president and the vice president die, there is succession.
Yeah,
Bernie did worse in 2020 than he did in 2016. His ship has sailed.
Okay, wait a minute.
He lost a lot of his spice when he was like, "I will never ever become an establishment Democrat."
Oh man, that's the worst case scenario.
I actually am now an establishment Democrat, and then gave all his money to.
So Woody, what you're saying, and you're correcting me, is that if it's election night and we're casting votes for, and Biden wins, but he dies in his sleep, and Kamala dies driving to get sworn in, then who becomes the president?
I don't know. We don't have it. Yeah, but
if it's election night, there's a Speaker of the House at that time, and right now it's.
But we don't have a Speaker of the House.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
we have a temporary pro temp one. So I actually know a little about this.
It's almost to keep us Sutherland.
After 9/11, the Speaker of the House they decided that he needed to assign like a pro temp or something like that. And there's actually another one, and they're secrets. We don't know who they are. But because McCarthy, why can't I remember his name?
McCarthy.
Is it McCarthy? Just like the old guy?
The old speaker,
anyway, yeah. All right. So anyway, because McCarthy got voted out, McHenry is the temporary speaker, and he is currently third in line for the presidency.
It's him. It would go to him.
Yeah. And this is a 9/11 thing where they're like, holy shit, if we get really wrecked, like maybe those planes hit the Capitol building or something and we lose a ton of guys, we need to have a line of succession figured out.
They should redo the election if it happens that.
Yeah, like that would be so crazy to have two unelected like people in there. And I guess he would choose a VP. There wouldn't be a line of succession for VP. They would make the speaker the president out of nowhere just because he's on the blue team or red team, and then he would pick a guy or girl to be the VP. In that instance, you could end up with some wacky representation.
And you could get anyone, because if the speaker didn't want to be president,
anyone can be the speaker of the house.
I'm gonna make my pillow guy my vice president, and now I resign. And then you go.
Here's a question of let's say that we're the Republicans and we find out that Donald Trump passed away in his sleep, but we know he won. Can we rally real quick, figure out who we want to be the next president, and make him the Speaker of the House?
You'd have to Weekend at Bernie's him through the
we'd Weekend at Bernie him through the next day. So
he's got sunglasses on
because we got to. I don't know what time they vote, but we got to get everybody together.
I actually wonder hypothetically, let's say either
that's
Trump
a good
or
movie.
Biden, it
that's
doesn't
Weekend
matter.
At Bernie.
They die a day or two before the election happens. Are we just voting for the VP and that guy wins and becomes president? I don't know how it works.
And it's about Bernie Sanders' bid for presidency, and he dies the night before, and they have to prop him up so they can vote it because they've got a wild card as the Speaker of the House. So we can't let that guy be. That'd be a great movie.
But at that point, votes would have already started to come in because early voting is a thing in other states or in some states.
Just redo the whole election. Just say, all right, all these votes, we're going in the.
We shouldn't pick anyway, Taylor.
The next nominee is going to be Whitmer or something like that. It's going to be the median Democratic voter is center left. So they're not progressives have a little way to go before we're going to get an AOC type candidate. I think that'll happen in my lifetime, but the next one's going to be Whitmer or Newsom or something like that.
I've been sending.
Oh, that was my guess.
My
guess was Newsom is the next big guy for the Democrats because he's attractive and that's big.
I don't know how much national appeal he has because there's a lot hella people hate California. So I don't know if he could make that case on a national stage, but he's a really good speaker. There's that. But I don't know. I feel like Whitmer has a stronger case than he does. Because if you can be popular in that region, then you can have broad popularity all over the country. So.
Taylor, have you ever seen Dr. Strangelove?
I have not.
That's one for your list. The Stanley Kubrick movie.
How I Learned to Love the Bomb or whatever, that one?
Yeah. It's very good. It's about warmongering and famously George C. Scott's an amazing actor. I've seen this video where they explain the case where he could have had 3 or 4 Oscars, but he's playing this war hawk general in the war room with the president talking about we need to bomb. Worst case scenario, we lose 10 million. Worst case. Civilians in our side.
Oh shit!
We lose the East Coast, no big deal. He's a super war hawk. Want to drop the bomb?
That's what Dr. Strangelove is about.
It's a big part of it.
That you've is also not what I imagine.
You've also got a character in there who's playing a Nazi scientist that we've recruited, and he's over there. By the end, he's screaming about Mein Führer. He's having a whole breakdown. It's a great movie, but.
Well, the Nazi scientists can have their little tism fits as long as we're getting the rockets.
But the director told George C. Scott, he's all right, give me a take where it's really downplayed. Okay. He didn't want that take. It's bullshit. Now give me your take and do 20 of those. All right. Now give me some zany shit, way over the top, you'd never do. Like silly pants. Do me that. And he used those takes. And so the Warhawk general is foaming at the mouth and screaming about murder. And it's a fun movie. I love it.
It sounds good. My Kubrick knowledge is so lacking. I've seen A Clockwork Orange and I've seen 2001: A Space Odyssey and The Shining. And I think he has like 9 other movies, all of which everybody raves about.
Yeah,
I need to add him to my list.
Full Metal Jacket. You never saw that one?
Oh, I did see Full Metal Jacket. That is the one that goes from awesome to dog shit as soon as they leave training camp, right?
Yeah, it's about what you think war is gonna be like and what war's like.
The first part is so that movie rocked. It was so awesome with the Private Pile and all that. And then they get over to the war, and like 20 minutes, 30 minutes into that, I'm like, oh no, I'm losing interest here.
It's weird when the second half or the final part of a movie doesn't fit the rest of it.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Oh, what's you guys one with the Jew hunter?
Inglourious
Basterds.
Yeah, that one is a great movie, but somehow the second half doesn't fit it that well.
It doesn't hold up that well. I remembered liking it more than I did when I rewatched it.
I want to do a fucking movie video series with Taylor where we watch movies that I've seen 30 times that he's never seen before because he was, I don't know, forced to play hockey as a child or socialize with girls or something. I don't know what he was wasting his time doing when he should have been watching Terminator 2. But yeah, that movie, The Inglourious Basterds, could have been so much fucking better. I could rant for an hour. It's about the Inglourious Basterds. Name it Shoshana and her love life if you wanted it to be about that. Shoshana's Revenge.
Shoshana.
Make a movie called Shoshana's Revenge. And
what did you guys think of Oppenheimer, by the way?
I did not see that
it yet. I'm waiting. It'll be on Plex.
Fuck you guys. Why haven't you watched it?
I was watching Barbie.
Is it really good?
Plex.
Oh man, listen. If you're into movies with like dudes packed in small rooms having conversations, this is the movie for you. It's like 3 hours. It's like
Dude,
3 hours long, and it's like 2.5 hours. It's like dudes in small rooms having a conversation. It's like I loved it. I think it's Nolan at his best, but some people, I assume, they think it's probably like a little slow for some people because it's 3 hours long and there's a lot of time.
I also need subtitles.
You said that like it might be bad. I love those movies where it's like people talking in the rooms and you're like following the dialogue. So maybe I would like it.
I have a Hutch question. Was the audio okay? Christopher Nolan has terrible. Okay.
Yes, it was a lot better. Like, so like Tenet and The Dark Knight Rises. It's like Nolan, for some reason, he does this weird thing where it's like he says it's intentional. Like, and Dunkirk was the worst. Like every time Tom Hardy speaks in that movie, he's like Dunkirk. And like I have no fucking idea what he's saying. And he says, well, that's intentional. It's meant to be like immersive, but it's just like super distracting. But
I want to know what he said.
It's like it's not that immersive when I'm having to use my remote constantly throughout
turn on the subtitles.
I use my wife that way. What'd he say? Is that the one from before?
Yeah.
I leave subtitles on everything. It's one of the reasons that so I've made this case a bunch of times about sporting events. I get that it's nice to be somewhere and get the feeling of the crowd and everything, but I can't think of very many examples that aren't extravagantly expensive where it's not better to watch a sporting event at home rather than at the event. Like hockey, to me, is number one. For a few $100s, you can get down on the ice, and it's amazing. You get a sense for how big those guys are, especially on the skates. You can smell them. You're so fucking close. It's cold. You get the chill of the ice. Amazing experience. Woody and I paid a few $100s and went to a UFC event. I loved being there. The experience with Woody was fun, but what we got for our money, terrible.
If there was a TV above the ring, I would have watched that instead.
We did. I remember like craning our neck and like watching a big TV, sitting in our $300 or $400 seat. The best part of that experience, as far as ticket and things we got at the arena, was being very close to Dana White at one point. He approached someone who was like very near us.
The friends and family section. So Dana was schmoozing the people we were sitting by.
Yeah. So that was neat. We got, very close to Dana. But I kind of feel the same way about, rewind me a second. What were we talking about?
You were talking about how you like
movies at home, because I've got I got a home theater.
Yeah,
I've got a big ass nice TV. I got good speakers. I got my bathroom. I'm getting older. I piss pretty often, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, boomer.
I'm just saying, this is a 3-hour movie, and I really like to have a soda and some popcorn in a movie.
You can pause it.
Yeah,
I can pause it. Not if but I'm at the theater and I've plunked down this money and I got to get out of my seat and go down through the row because I like to sit in the middle in that perfect little sound spot. It's just so much nicer to be at home with my subtitles on a Chris Nolan movie that's 3 fucking hours long.
Well, this is a movie that you should watch with like the full, like crank up the audio and you know put the phone down.
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
People talking sitting in rooms. You need like.
Well, so the movie, so like the first hour is kind of setting up how he got involved with the Manhattan Project, and then the second hour is like the actual Manhattan Project up to the Trinity test, where they actually like, and that's such a fascinating time in human history. Just imagine being there, like for that first test, and what like not knowing if you're gonna ignite the atmosphere when you test this bomb. Like to me, that's just such a incredibly fascinating like moment.
They didn't know if it was gonna ignite the. Someone should have known.
Some people thought it would ignite the atmosphere, and I can't remember who said it, but they gave it like a 5% chance or something like that.
That's too high of a percent.
It's because you're making something really hot, and like maybe a chain reaction where all the oxygen just burns off globally and just kills everyone.
The Hadron Super Collider. How close did I come on that pronunciation?
Hadron Collider.
Hadron. When they first did that, it was another. There's a non-zero chance that we start the Big Bang today. I don't know. We'll see how this goes.
No. So what they were worried about, I guess, was they're making little black holes. And so
as one does.
They better be really little.
They are. They're really little because they're hitting those two little particles together, and it's a lot of density in small space. They're collapsing that fabric of space that none of us can wrap our heads around. They make a hole in it. And then it fizzles out instantly because it doesn't have enough real mass to sustain itself because it was two tiny particles added together, and basically two turning into one, and then a hole happens, right? You can imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I think they simulate the Big Bang. Am I watching the wrong YouTube shorts? That's where I get my education from.
I think they do lots of different things, but I'm just talking about I remember when they were making the black holes, that people were like, what if the black hole starts eating like the planet, and the whole Earth spaghettifies into a black hole the size of a subatomic particle? They're like, probably won't happen.
Yeah, quick, make a bigger black hole to consume that one.
I didn't know that. Oppenheimer actually helped to theorize black holes, but the third hour, just so you know, is there's a whole controversy about him losing his security clearance, and he has to go through this. It turns into like a courtroom drama for like the last like hour of the film. So it's kind of weird pacing, but I would hold
where the end doesn't fit.
It's a very odd pacing, but for me, like I was gripped the whole time. I was not bored a single minute. But and if you're interested in history too, and I feel like you guys are, then it's just like
I love it when someone takes a boring figure from history and then you realize he's not as boring as you thought. Oppenheimer made this happen, but it was Alexander Hamilton that I was thinking of, right? We all saw Hamilton, hopefully, the musical.
I didn't see it yet.
I'm racist.
Not big on musicals.
Bunch of
there are people who think that those. Do you know that there are a lot of people who think that those whose historical characters were black because of Hamilton?
No.
Yes.
Really?
That's their only. The only time there are lots of people who the only time they've ever been exposed to Alexander Hamilton as a figure, outside of maybe a mention in a social studies class for 5 minutes in third grade, is that musical they watched with all those black folks.
That's really embarrassing.
I think the founding fathers were black.
Is Hamilton the one that was in the duel with Aaron Burr, or is that a different one?
Yeah, I don't know for sure it was Aaron Burr, but that's how he died.
Okay.
What, Kyle?
Dueling is hilarious to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
We need to bring that back,
dude. So you need to watch Hamilton. You can actually just listen to it on Spotify. You don't.
Isn't it like 3.5 hours?
Yeah, but you can tell from the voice.
It's really good. It's really, really good. I bet you'd watch Hamilton and be like, "Shit, this lived up to the hype."
I think it's on Disney Plus. If you have Disney Plus, I think it's on there. Yeah.
The only great musical I've seen is. Well, I guess I can't count like Disney movies because like Jungle Book was great, and I guess that's technically musical.
Moulin Rouge, show some respect. Moulin Rouge,
Book of Mormon. That was absolutely hilarious. Like I went to see it years ago, and like I knew it was the South Park guys who wrote it, and so it's gonna be funny. But like I didn't expect like
it was a good musical.
It was. I didn't expect like the amount of laugh out loud jokes and moments that there were. Hilarious. It was really really funny. So there's my recommendation for a musical. Book of Mormon, very funny.
Okay. But Hamilton, this is how Kyle
I'm not going to watch
Taylor hasn't seen Terminator 2. It's like, how are you missing out on Hamilton? It was like a cultural thing.
I just want to take part in, the bastardization of Western culture and democracy. That's all.
I will agree with you that the cast was distractingly diverse. Like,
were they?
Yes. I like my cast members to look a little like the people they're representing. Like, did you see Vice?
Yes,
it's about Dick Cheney, and who played him?
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale.
Yeah. He did a good job.
Amazingly good. Yeah, dude, the way that he mimicked, not just the way he looks, but also like the way he moves and the cadence.
See, I didn't like that. I thought that should have been Denzel.
It was so good.
Oh, now
I really value someone who can. When they did, was it Cuba Gooding Jr. who did a Tyson film, or maybe he did? I forget.
Yes,
Radio.
I think he made a shitty one.
Yeah, Radio. Wow, what a reference!
But he really, really looked like him, and that blew me away. When they get like an actor to really look. Maybe I'm thinking of
Jamie Foxx. I think did the one that Mike wanted to happen, and then they got some other guy to do some Hulu bullshit that Mike like. Whenever somebody does something Mike doesn't like, he goes public and he's like, they're making a movie about me and I don't like it. I didn't want to work with those cocksuckers. He like lets you know. And his fans would be like, straight, boss, we won't watch. Unsubscribe from Hulu. They fucking Mike over. And that's what happened.
I think I'm mixing up my boxing movies, but they did a boxing movie. Maybe it was Will Smith on Ali, where he really, really looked like him. And I highly value when they get the actor to mimic the style of the original person. Hamilton didn't do that.
I remember Ali like taking Will Smith aside and being like, asking if they got too much of his sex life in there. He's like, you know, by this time, my Ali impression's great. He did this. He was like, and then they took that to mean that he's like, is there fucking in the movie? Are you showing all them bitches I fucked? All them white bitches I fucked? You're not showing all that, are you? All them white bitches I fucked? You're not showing all that, are you? Because the Nation of Islam don't care for that. And they didn't, you know, to their credit.
Oh, I thought you meant that he was going to be like
boxing, that
he wanted more of it because he's like, I want to look cool.
He might have wanted some white pussy right then, but I think what he was saying is he didn't want that to be what the movie was about.
You made it look like I only fucked 50 people. That's the discredit to my legacy.
Are there any
the guy who plays Borat, who he was originally supposed to play Freddie Mercury in the Queen movie, but he wanted to do like a rated R, like full of gay sex, like tons of gay sex.
I think he wanted to suck dick.
The studio was like, no, we're not going to do that. He's like, okay, I'm out. And so then they went with Rami Malek.
Yeah, this is more about his music, you know. we're trying to go light on the AIDS part of his life.
But I've been practicing deep throating all this time.
Dude, that movie got nominated for Best Picture, and it was, I mean, it was like fun, but best fucking. It got nominated for Best Editing, and there's like a scene in the movie where there's like 80 cuts in a 30-second time frame. Like it was not edited well at all. For some reason, yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Who's your favorite current working actor? Like for me, it's Joaquin. I'll let you think. For me, it's Joaquin Phoenix. I think he's been knocking out of the park every movie, even his little stuff. Like he made this movie called "You Were Never There" or "You Were Never Really There," where he's like, he's the guy you call if you need a child recovery or something. Yeah. But he got fat / yoked for this movie. And he just walks into this place where they're pimping out. He walks into this like child brothel where men are having sex with kids with a hammer and just starts killing everybody he comes across with a hammer, saves the little girl and everything. And then he made that Joker movie. And I know Joker 2 is coming out soon. It's a musical, which is like this cool little like different way to do it. I'm excited for it. It's going to play into his mental illness well, where he goes into like, I'm sure imagining fantastical things. And then when the song stops, I like you see that there's blood everywhere, or maybe he's murdered.
I hope there's like smash cuts of like him thinking he's singing and like everybody on the streets participating, but it's like him and it's like on pitch, and then it like cuts and he's like singing badly and people are like going across the street shielding their children.
That. And then he's doing Napoleon, Ridley Scott, and I think that's next year's Oscar winner.
Oh, it looks great.
Looks cool.
I can't find the trailer that the first one I watched for it. It was so good. It was more like a montage. It's his voice overlaying with a slight French accent. I'm glad he didn't go too deep into it, but he's just talking about all the battles across the planet that they said I couldn't do this, and I waged war in the sand. And they said I couldn't do that, and I conquered the Russian steppe. And then it's interspliced, of course, with video of him doing it. And it's just fucking like heavy fucking music play. And I'm just like, fuck, Napoleon goes hard. I'm ready to watch this 3.5 hour historical epic. And Ridley Scott's good at that sort of thing. We love Gladiator, of course. He took plenty of dramatic license with that and made Commodus this evil hair-lipped, incestuous monster that you
before he kills his dad, he like gives that really like emotional, like lip quivering talk. It's like, but none of my virtues were on your list. It's like,
oh, that's a good scene.
Yeah.
That was really, really fucking
Cunning.
good. Yeah.
Who's your best current actor?
Christian Bale. Like I like the actors that show that they are in it to win it with weight loss and weight gain. Like him in The Machinist is like almost dead. He's almost like he's almost dead. Like he looks like he has typhus
because of that role.
Yeah, and
then he did Batman like very shortly after that, I think.
Yeah, and he's just good in everything. I like Christian Bale.
I would have said Jonathan Majors, but he kind of got embroiled in a bit of a scandal. But I was really digging what he's been doing recently.
I'm gonna go in a different direction. I like Ryan Reynolds. Like whenever he does a film, it's funny. I like him. He's charismatic. He hits out of the park for me.
Yeah,
I feel like he just plays himself though in every single.
Yeah, I just like Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, maybe that's what
he'd make a good get Jimmy Fallon out of there. Give that job to Ryan Reynolds. I'd watch that show every night. Jimmy Fallon's a no talent hack that fake laughs at everything and couldn't maintain character and his fucking doing what he was supposedly like supposed to be good at. SNL was worse for him. I hate Jimmy Fallon.
Dude, you know who I would say is probably like I like him in everything is fucking Josh Brolin. Have you ever seen a bad Josh Brolin performance?
No, he's so
incredible.
Good in No Country for Old Men.
Fucking incredible in everything. Yeah.
I got some beers. Yeah, I know what beers lead to.
Oh, he's the No Country for Old Men guy. Well, then I like him then.
Which one is he?
He plays Gurney Halleck in Dune as well. He's gonna have
a big cowboy dude. Josh Brolin?
Yeah.
He's the main protagonist guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's American man.
He's Thanos, he plays Thanos. He plays Cable in Deadpool. He's a Gurney Halleck in Dune, and he was in Goonies. Yeah, true.
Robert Downey Jr. makes good films.
Not
Robert.
what?
Yeah, he does. And he's in Oppenheimer as well, by the way. But,
Okay.
Yeah, didn't Oppenheimer have like so many celebrities that are like known people?
Stacked. It has like 35 like
that's
prominent
distracting.
actors.
I don't like that.
It has the Drake and Josh guy.
The who now?
By that.
That Josh Peck, right?
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not familiar with that.
My younger brother liked that show, Drake and Josh. Anyway, I guess that's not culturally relevant here.
Dune got delayed. I was real bummed about that, but yeah.
I really liked the first one. I was a fan of the old cheesy movie from the 80s. I liked that. I know it's not a good movie. I know it's bad.
Dude, it's what you recommend me to watch so many movies that I should see. I did watch the old Dune when you told me to watch that, and I was like, "This is really, really stupid." Like, it's
a bit of a cult classic. There's a lot of people that love that.
Yeah, you did. It was entertaining.
I should have done that.
It was. I was entertained the whole time, but when that guy like gets fat and starts floating around, it's like I don't know how to take this seriously.
Yeah, the Harkonnens.
Baron Harkonnen, bro. He's dude. That book.
What about when he pulls the heart plug out of his femboy sex slave just for the fuck of it?
I must have gone to pee during that part. I did not pause when I got up.
He's like boy slave, and just like fucking. He has like a. It's like they've inserted a plug through his chest and into his heart, where if he wants to, he can just pull it out and instantly bleed the guy to death. I don't even know why you would do that, but it's like it's clearly like his boy fuck slave that he does it to for the fuck of it.
Well, he probably wants to do it because he's a gross pervert and is like, this guy won't agree if I don't have a heart plug.
Yeah, movie goes hard.
Dune 2 is going to pop the fuck off because the second part of that book is incredible. If you've ever read the books,
I have not. The first Dune movie was cool, or the new one. I watched the new one. I thought it was pretty neat.
Really great.
Yeah, I just hope that nobody turns into a worm or anything silly like that. I hope that's some movie.
That's not until God Emperor of Dune. There's like a 10,000 year time jump in the book, and it's fucking nuts.
I'm hoping we don't get into all that nonsense.
No, he said he wants to do a trilogy, and the third movie is going to be the second book in the series, which is a little bit shorter, called Dune Messiah, and they're going to stop it there. It goes totally off the rails for Dune 3 and 4. There's like kids involved, and then there's like literally one of them turns into a worm, and it just gets nuts. But
yeah, as far as things that's about to come out that I'm actually like super into, me and Woody both love For All Mankind on Apple TV.
That was pretty good.
I love that shit, and so I'm genuinely pumped for the new season. I'm probably gonna do a rewatch. It's a lot of content, and I think it's high quality content. Apple doesn't scrimp. The special effects look good. The actors are pretty. I like that.
Did you guys watch Last of Us?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm not gonna watch season 2 because
I
I
lost interest in that. They started
Really?
Yeah,
That's a shame.
they had too many episodes towards the end where they didn't really explore anything. The one where they were in the 80s arcade for the entire episode was like
that was a
DLC.
Here? That was a DLC from the first game.
Some people dislike the first gay episode with the Parks and Nick Offerman. I thought that was a really good episode.
I thought it was the best episode.
Yeah. It was great.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I was crying.
It was a formative moment for Joel because it was all about teaching him the lesson that like sometimes you got to fight for, you got to fight for the people that you love or whatever. But yeah, no, that episode was great. I mean, yeah.
It petered off after that. I remember all of us were so high on that show up through that episode, and then every week would be like, "You see the other one? Yeah, well, they could still come back."
Well, the second game, I don't want to give any spoilers, but it pops the fuck off right away. So I feel like the second one's going to be a little bit faster paced, but you might want to give it a chance. Cause like, honestly, the first episode is going to be nuts. Cause
I'm going to watch it. Does it come out soon?
I don't even know if they're filming yet. So no, I don't think it's
between the writer's strike and everything else. I would next Christmas, maybe.
Dude, I want The Boys. I think The Boys comes out pretty soon. And that is my favorite show on television right now.
Gen V's pretty good too. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
It's Harry. I keep saying this. It's horny Harry Potter. It's just a school full of people with magical powers who are fucking and sucking each other constantly. And there's a conspiracy in the basement. Is it a basilisk? Nah, it's nothing that cool. But I still like the show because I like superheroes and shit. And I like the dirty take on superheroes. I'm done with Marvel and anything that DC. I watch the artsy DC stuff, but that's all the superhero shit I watch.
Marvel needs a reboot.
No,
they're struggling now. They're struggling.
Yeah, they're only making $1 billion a movie.
Well, I mean, Quantumania, it only made like the least out of all the Ant-Man films, and it should have made theoretically, it should have made the most. But
you think it was?
It's good? It was okay. It was all right. I mean, like, I just feel like a lot of the Marvel stuff now, it's just hard to capture the magic of like the early MCU, like building up to the Avengers and stuff. It's just, I feel like we did finally reach like the superhero fatigue. I feel like that's where we're at right now.
Here's what I would do.
Good.
I would pick one character that's currently still in the Marvel universe, and they're going to be the survivor when everybody's going to die. We lose this universe, we lose this Earth. All the main characters die by the end of this trilogy, and then one of them goes through a portal to a new universe and starts over. And there's a new Iron Man, and there's a new Spider-Man, and you get
that's what they'll do eventually. It's like you get the built-in failsafe with the multiverse. You can do whatever. Like you can literally reboot at any time because of the multiverse.
That'd be good because imagine it. You've got this new bad guy. I don't know who it is, Galactus or whoever, and he just literally comes and he kills everybody. And the Spider-Man, that'd be the person. Tom Holland manages to use some Tony Stark tech. He goes through to one of the other universes, and he's there, and everybody's like surprised because their Spider-Man was dead. We'll make it fit in just perfectly. But he's got a whole new team of Avengers, and they're like, "What happened?" And he's like, "Galactus is coming." Now we started a universe.
Galactus is rumored to be he's rumored to be the villain in the Fantastic Four movie that they're doing.
Get out of here! They can't make that a movie. That's Fantastic Four was the cornerstone of the Marvel comic page shit, but they're too silly for I think to make a movie of. They keep failing at it.
They're doing it.
Isn't the stretchy guy in charge of the
John Krasinski is the smartest man in the world, and he's stretchy.
Yeah, and he got clapped after 5 minutes. Like they clapped him in 5 minutes. I was furious when that happened.
Well, what are his real powers? Like, what can he like?
He's
what can
the smartest man in existence, and he's stretchy.
But what kind of stretch? Like what?
Big time, like a big stretchy gooey rubber man.
Is he like Dalsim? Is he super strong?
He's like Dalsim in Street Fighter 2.
I don't know.
Different reference.
Okay.
So he can just stretch.
Elastigirl in The Incredibles.
I can tell you guys right now, if we were the Fantastic Four and Kyle was the stretch guy and I was the fire guy, there's no chance I'm not in charge. No chance.
Well, no, Johnny Flame or whatever his name is. He's not very smart. He's like a young kind of like Bucky kind of guy.
Kyle's probably the fire guy, and I'm probably the stretchy guy. And even though we all want to be,
can I be the invisible girl?
Oh, do I have to be the orange guy?
You would for sure be the orange guy. You're the You're the muscular one.
Yeah,
you're
the
big
tank, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Can he? And he can't even. He's not even like the Hulk. He
He
can't be
doesn't
not
even
orange.
like his powers.
Him and the
like
Hulk
Hulk.
have had some
Yeah.
great fights, but the Hulk
Yeah.
always beats him
No,
up.
but I mean, the Hulk can be like, all right, I'm gonna calm down, do a little deep breathing, and then he can go to Chipotle.
No,
Your
yeah,
sex
you're
life
stuck
is
as- you're stuck
over.
as the
No
Rock.
one wants to
Yeah.
fuck your stony cock.
and
Yeah.
he can't even like shoot himself.
No.
Yeah.
No, he
How do you-
hates it.
Did you guys like the Batman, the Matt Reeves one?
I didn't see it.
The one with the Riddler.
Yeah.
I did like that. I didn't think it was amazing. I thought it was fine. I liked the new, different kind of
I must not
Batman.
have seen that.
I felt like he'd probably get his ass kicked and somebody would murder him if he walked around because he's just not big and strong and like buff enough to be a Batman.
They did the fighting so well. Like the fight choreography in that movie was so fucking good. And the Batmobile, like that whole car chase scene
I liked
was
that
like
too.
phenomenal.
That car was sick. It looked like it was a real car.
Paul
and the
Dano
Riddler-
is such a creep when he plays
you
the
go.
bad guy and stuff. He's such a creep in
No
There
Country
Will
for
Be
Old Men.
Blood.
There will be
Yeah.
blood. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole time, like when he finally gets killed in that bowling alley, you're like, yes, little comeuppance for this piece
Oh.
of shit.
Yeah, I love Paul Dano. He's an amazing actor. He kills it as the Riddler. So yeah, I like that. But God, how many more Batman am I supposed to know? There's so many
Yeah.
Batman.
I thought
Michael
it was all right.
Keaton came back the other day. I had to watch that shit. He was the only good thing about that movie.
I thought he
Yeah.
was dead.
Michael Keaton?
Is he not as old as I thought he was?
No,
he
he's
just
still
played Batman.
He was in Dope Sick as well. He was in what's that movie? The one about the Catholic Church and the
Oh, he was in Birdman. I saw.
yeah, Birdman was fantastic.
Birdman's
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Paul Dano
Batman.
was really good in Dumb Money as well, the movie about the GameStop stuff.
I
It's
haven't
not-
seen that.
Yeah, it'll come out on digital in like a month, but it was good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know the movie I like the most with Michael Keaton? I just saw it here. I didn't realize it was the same guy. The McDonald's movie.
The Founder.
The Founder. I thought
Right.
I really liked that movie. That was really
awesome.
good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's based on a book called Fast Food Nation. Which is a really good read, by the way. But
I found myself like getting actually like so sad for the actual like McDonald brothers when they're getting bullied out of it. And I don't know what that main actor is, but he has such an endearing face.
Nick Offerman. He was in
Nick Offerman is one of them,
Office.
and then the taller, chubbier, bald guy who's just always kind of befuddled at like, but how could you take advantage of our relationship? We had an agreement going forward, and then Michael Keaton's just this ruthless businessman who's like, no, I just need your name.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have you removed from the premises of your own.
That movie's great. That's a great movie.
That was good. Yeah, Kyle. We should do that where you educate me on films, and then we like record some audio to release to fans about it, because Hutch doesn't know this. My movie knowledge is so lacking that I'm
putting that together.
Yeah, it upsets Kyle.
How did you not, have you really not seen Terminator 2?
I haven't seen Terminator 1 either.
So
That's remarkable, isn't it? Jesus.
Terminator 2 is probably it's a top 3 action movie all time, in my opinion.
Easy.
Like groundbreaking special effects, Arnold's greatest film, biggest blockbuster. It founds a multi-billion-dollar franchise. Linda Hamilton being one of the most impressive female body transformation ever, maybe.
She
probably
got
clean.
ripped. Yeah.
Probably clean. She's doing real chin-ups, like raw, like looking amazing. Doesn't wear a bra the whole fucking movie. So badass. And it's great. It's a wonderful movie.
I watched that movie, the director's cut, one time when I was tripping my fucking face off on acid, and I didn't realize that because they added like 20 minutes of scenes that I had never seen before. So I was tripping out, like, am I adding these scenes in my mind? Like I had like a whole experience. But
there's a really good scene where I think it's a deleted scene where you see like Cyberdyne in a boardroom designing the Arnold Schwarzenegger T-800 Terminator, and they show they show Arnold's body and everything. They're like, "Fucking perfect, Dave," and you look, and Arnold's one of the scientists. It's like they just made it look like Dave. Dave, you're perfect to be a Terminator model. And he goes, "Thank you very much. I knew that it'd be a good look. You know, I'm a big, stocky fella." And it's Arnold speaking with that country accent. And
I didn't see that. I don't remember that.
They're like, we might tweak the voice, though. Why?
He doesn't do a good job.
It's so fucking good. Well, they do voiceover and everything. But
Dude, that movie was rated R, and my parents were pretty strict about what movies I got to see. And it came out when I was like 9, and my whole family was going to go to see it. And my mom initially was like, I'm not comfortable with Sean going. You have to stay home. And I threw a fit. I was bawling in my room, and my dad comes in and he just opens the door and he goes, you can go. And so seeing that movie in theaters as like a 9-year-old was just like a spiritual experience. It was one of my fondest movie going experiences of all time. Easy.
See, I can empathize with like the spiritual 9-10-year-old experience, because that's how old I was when Fellowship of the Ring came out in like 99, 2000. Yeah. Like I remember watching that movie in theaters with my friend's dad and my friend, because my parents said no shit about it. They just were like, hey, Tim and his dad are going. You want to go with him? And I'm like, sure. It's a movie. And I remember watching and like seeing Lurtz and the Uruk-hai and the epicness of it, and like not having never experienced a movie like that, where I'm like, there's a whole world. There's a whole world that I can become weirdly fascinated with throughout my formative years here. And it happened, and I did.
Yeah.
Like it was so good. I need to rewatch Lord of the Rings.
Do I even need to ask you if you watched Rings of Power?
No, I did not watch it. Didn't watch it. No, when I found out they weren't following the lore, I was like, oh,
last time you were on, you were like, do you guys watch Rings of Power? And we're like, no, it's too woke. And you were like, oh, you're lost.
Oh, did I mention it last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I would give it like, I'll give it like an 8, 8.5. It's fun. It's like but they weren't allowed to adapt. Like the whole deal that they made was that they had to do like original stuff, but it also had to be like in the spirit of Tolkien. So he had like, the family was working with them to make sure that they were like quote unquote lore friendly, but they had to like do original stuff. That's going to rub some people the wrong way. I understand if people don't want to watch it, but it was fun. I mean, like, and the visual effects are like top notch for a TV show. It's like one of the best looking shows, easy.
But they spent a king's ransom on it. Like I remember it was like almost Game of Thrones level expensive, wasn't it?
Wasn't it more expensive?
Oh, maybe even more.
I thought they spent over $1 billion.
Speaking of the Game of Thrones thing, I probably will eventually watch House of the Dragon. But
it's
I felt so.
We like
just I remember you saying it was good and to watch it, but it feels like I'm forgiving them for the end of Game of Thrones if I watch it, and I don't forgive them for the end of Game of Thrones. All of those prophecies meaning nothing.
Matt Smith is fantastic. Is that his name, by the way? Matt Smith, the Doctor Who guy. He's so good. If you're squeamish about like violent births, then this is not the show for you.
Because so many violent births.
There's like 3 that are just horrifyingly graphic, like genuinely disturbing.
I think they're wanting to solidify, and this is a little bit in the books that men. A man's job is to shed blood on a battlefield, and a woman's job is to shed blood in the birthing bed. And these women, they die left and right giving birth, because it was an incredibly dangerous thing to do for most of human history.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Brutal. It's brutally violent.
Yeah.
There's 3, and
they're like
9 episode arc.
Like, it's in 3 violent births in 9 episodes.
In 1/3 of the episode, there's a horribly violent birth. Yeah.
What show are we talking about?
House of the Dragon.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
We're talking about Taylor's lacking movie repertoire. I've been watching this series recently where these 2 guys watch Star Trek: The Next Generation episodes together, and one of them's never seen Star Trek, and the other's seen it all. And it's fun to see them go back and forth. And they just play like little scenes from the episode and like show still. So
I'll do that with you. I have seen no Star Trek content in my entire life other than that movie where the main guy is flying the thing into the like mining ship. Came out in 2009, and he's like, "What's his name?" And he's like, "Fucking Rutherford or whatever." After
James Tiberius Kirk.
James Tiberius Kirk. Yeah. So I've seen that one.
I
wasn't paying attention. But I've seen that one. But
second one was good too, and the third one. I fucking like the new Star Trek.
I'm with Hutch. You're so right.
I like them. They're fun.
They're fantastic. Star Trek has just beat the shit out of Star Wars over time. It's not even close.
That was a decade ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Rise of Skywalker's Jesus fucking Christ, like worse than any of the prequels, I think, in my opinion.
No, if we were going to do Star Trek, Taylor, we'd do Deep Space Nine episode by episode.
Wouldn't I have to start at the beginning?
On episode 1, yes.
But that's like the 5th series of Star Trek, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's why you've got me there as a tour guide, and I can in like 30 seconds, I can be like, this guy's mad at this guy because he was taken over by the Borg, who were this mechanical race 5 years ago. He led their cubes with his human mind taken over by the Borg to this place called Wolf 3459 or some shit, and he killed this guy's wife. So now this guy doesn't like him. He remembers that, and this guy's gonna feel bad about it, even though his body wasn't his at the time. So I can set up that way. You don't have to watch all of the Next Generation to know that fact. You can just go right into episode 1 of this is literally episode 1 of Deep Space Nine. I would have to explain that to you because
the only one you really need all the background for is Lower Decks.
Yeah, it's all about references and backstory.
Lower Decks.
Lower Decks.
Lower Decks.
It's animated Star Trek.
Oh, okay. I heard about that. Yeah,
You're like a virgin who doesn't know sex is cool, dude. what you have out there waiting for you is a lot of fun.
Is it good?
If you like Star Trek.
Okay.
If you like Star Trek.
If you like Star Trek, Lower Decks is a blast.
I don't mean like the Star Trek movies from the last few years. I mean, if you watch The Next Generation and you know all the characters from it, or you watched some Voyager or some Deep Space Nine, you need to have watched one of the 3 or 4 main series. And if you've seen them all, like my gay ass has, then every episode of the Lower Decks is like full, and I mean crammed full with references to the other 5 or 6 series, of which I've seen them over.
What about the Shatner one?
I won't.
Like the OG.
I won't do that.
That's not even worth watching.
I think a lot of old stuff isn't good anymore. Not much holds up.
You know what does hold up?
Acting and fighting.
Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone holds up so well. That show is awesome. I remember
and the Wonder Years.
Nick and Night.
And the Wonder Years.
The Wonder Years
before we knew what a monster he'd become.
I've actually never seen a Star Trek episode. I've only seen the new movies. Yeah,
no Lower Decks for you then, probably.
Oh, you have a lot of research to do before you enjoy Lower Decks, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 series to watch.
But no, I do that with you, Taylor. If you want to do that, or we could just do a movie, because a movie is 2 hours or 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Whereas if you take a bite into Deep Space Nine, you're signing up for like 6, 7, 8 seasons. I don't remember what it is.
Make a list of like Kyle's must-see 10 movies that I haven't seen, and I will watch them with you, and you can educate me. Fill in the blanks of my film knowledge. Have you seen
the original Predator movie?
No.
Wow. Okay, wait. How old are you again?
32.
I watch it every month. I'm not even kidding.
You watch it every month? I did watch. I watched Alien because Kyle recommended that to me.
Phenomenal. Ridley Scott.
That was really good. I liked that.
Did you watch Aliens, the sequel? James Cameron takes over.
Yes, I did watch that one too.
Right.
Phenomenal. Boom. Yeah.
Terminator is like that kind of movie, like Aliens, like machine guns and violence and death and mayhem and good actors acting well, even the children. But now it's in Los Angeles.
And it holds up. It holds up well. Really well. Like, yeah. Here's my scalding hot take for you, Kyle. I think Prey, the new Predator film, is as good as the original.
That's too hot. All right. You need to take one step back, though, and you're with me. I think it's as good, if not better, than Predator 2, which I think is the second.
It clears Predator 2 easily.
I think it clears it, but not easily. And I think that Predator 1, though, lives on and is just, you've got multiple governors, you got multiple bodybuilders, you got Apollo Creed, you have Jean-Claude Van Damme. Was there. They didn't use his stuff, but he,
yeah. He like dressed up in like a pink outfit or whatever. Yeah.
Well, it was pink, so it would stand out from the green for the CGI, but the full one that was painted that looks much less silly. But he's like Ant-Man. It was stupid. The Predator design is incredible. Stan Winston's the man. But Predator would be on that list. Oh, I'm sorry. Prey though.
Prey is incredible, dude.
Hulu knocked it out of the park. I don't know if they produced it or if they paid the people who produced it, but I watched that shit and. Like, fantastic. Okay, little Native American girl takes on the Predator with like fur trapping evil whites in the mix. Okay, let's watch.
It's great. Yeah, it's really.
I just realized I got to do the ads. Been having too much fun chatting. Overdue. All right. This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com. Calling all PKA fans and trivia buffs, get ready for a mind-blowing offer. Only this week, PharoahDistro.com is rolling out an electrifying deal that's exclusively yours. Purchase 2 cartridges or disposables, and we'll toss in a third one for free. Just enter the code CLOUDS at checkout to unlock this incredible offer. But that's not all. If you're into smoking flower, you'll want to check out our brand new THCA buds and pre-rolls. And if you're all about dabs, don't miss our Dab X Go and premium dabs. We've also got a jaw-dropping array of high-quality, high-milligram edibles for you to choose from. For those who seek holistic wellness, explore our selection of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. And here's the cherry on top. Use the code PKA20 for 20% off, or code CLOUDS to sweeten the deal even more. PKA20 for 20% off, or code CLOUDS for even a better deal. When it comes to quality you can trust, it's PharoahDistro.com. Grab this deal before it disappears. PharoahDistro.com, linked below. PKA20, 20% off, or code CLOUDS. This THCA stuff, the buds, the rolls, is very potent. Very, very potent. Like, everyone knows the Delta 8 stuff, same feeling as marijuana, just noticeably weaker. HHC, same story, but stronger than Delta 8, bit weaker than regular THC. This THCA stuff is very, very strong, very potent. So if that's what you're looking for, get yourself a pre-roll. I just got a big shipment in the mail 2 days ago that I've got out on my table there. When my brothers get in town later, I'm going to spark up one of these THCA joints, and we're all going to get stoned as hell off of it because it's very, very potent. If you are not as interested in the smoking and you're more into vaping or dabbing, get the DabX Go. It's a great device. You get 20% off of that as well with PKA20. Super clean hits. You don't waste any of your dab because of that nice silicone cup it has underneath it. So anything that goes through just drips right into there. Then you can scoop it right out, non-stick, put it back in, get high as shit. As far as the edibles are concerned, say it every week because people sometimes they're continuing not to take the dosage seriously. These are unbelievably strong edibles, 500 milligrams per edible. So don't fuck with it if you do not have a strong tolerance. If you're a titan of tolerance, then go ahead and buy some of these. If you are not, and you're looking to get a huge bang for your buck and just be like, I want 5,000 milligrams, it'll last me forever. Take the teeniest little bites you can imagine, folks, the teeniest little bites. And I would honestly recommend, if that's your tolerance situation, get some of the 10 milligram ones, get some of the 25 milligram ones. They have hundreds as well. So pretty much any person's tolerance can be suited there. But don't be intimidated. They've got an edible just for you. And if you prefer just a normal vape cartridge and you're like, I don't know if this is for me, just start with a Delta 8 cartridge. Delta 8 cartridge, it's going to get you high. It's going to make you feel good. And it's going to be a nice little tootski here and there so you can mete out how high you're getting in a way that doesn't spook you the way edibles spook some people. So check it out. Oh, and they sent me some flour, some THCA flour that I'm going to grind up and probably smoke out of my bong from another sponsor. But they're not on this week. Hopefully next week they are. Freeze pipe. But check out PharoahDistro.com. PKA20 for 20% off. Get yourself a great deal on THCA buds, pre-rolls, edibles, vapes, disposables, whatever you want. They have it there in very high quality. And again, if you've been taking 100 milligram gummies of Delta 8, HHC, whatever it is, from your local gas station, please do not start with the same milligrams from Pharaoh Distro because it's accurately dosed. And so it's a high quality, or high chance rather, that if you've been taking 150 milligrams worth from gas station shit, that is not going to be the apples to apples 150 milligram comparison with Pharaoh Distro. So start slower and make sure you don't get too high. That is linked below. Check them out. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it, folks. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. That is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Kyle, when we first started reading for Blue Chew and they started sponsoring the show, told me and Woody, we had no experience with these tablets, and Kyle said go for the tadalafil, which is the Cialis generic, and we've never looked back. I think Kyle set us on the straight and narrow path that way. Seemingly, it is a lot of people's favorites, so that is our recommendation. Use the tadalafil, the Cialis one, and if you pay the $5 shipping, I believe you get 3 tablets for free in that first shipment, so you can try it out, see if it's right for you. Your dick's going to be hard as shit, folks, and what do you want when you're high out of your mind off of a holy rope and you're about to fuck? A hard-ass dick.
Before you transition, I just want to remind people, you're getting 2 to 3 days of increased penile performance from each of those 3 free pills.
Yeah.
Yes. So check it out, bluechew.com. That is linked below. Also, this episode is always brought to you by Lock and Load. My bottle is in the other room, so you'll just have to imagine, folks. It's the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Are you tired of coming like a little bitch, where you're orgasming and it's just going and it's just nothing but air? No longer will you be like that. Just take 9 easy pills a day, 5 in the morning, 4 at night. You're getting efficacious dosages of all the things you need to be creaming like a man. And it's going to impress your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. We don't judge who you're coming with. Just be coming more. Because
we just judge how much you come.
We just judge how much you come, because if you have a little tiddlywink spurt, no, you're
stop watching the show. You're not worthy.
Yeah,
send
with
pictures.
Your girlfriend.
Send pictures of your load. Make it a community event.
Send pictures of your load. Tweet me. Tweet Woody. Send it, and then we can send it, and then we'll send it to Derek, and he'll go, "Thank you for sending us these pictures." Why did Derek block me on my phone number?
Dude, I have a guy who wrote me on Facebook.
Oh hell yeah!
He said, "Hey man, thanks for the lock and load. I call him Cummies. 2 months in, and check this out. Picture of his wife's pregnancy, like a ultrasound. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, Jesus.
Twins don't even run in our family, but we've been trying for a kid for 5 weeks, and here we are. Yeah. We have 2. So my wife said, "Fuck whoever invented those stupid pills." And then there's an update. Well, after the appointment today, it's only fitting that we name the triplets after you all.
So, my God.
Triplets. We can't take credit for.
Wait, is he really? Is he naming his children after us?
He said he is. I don't know. It's from the internet.
Dude, please show us. Please show us like the birth certificates when you make this thing happen, and cut out the parts you don't want us to see or show or whatever. But that would be magnificent. Plenty of people have gotten tattoos, which is a huge thing, hilarious. But you can always cover that up with a kid, though. I mean, limited options these days.
I have a pro tip. Woody and Taylor, you can name a boy or a girl those names.
That's true. That's true.
Kylie.
Oh yeah, that works too.
Taylor is the perfect name for a boy or a girl.
Mm-hmm. Sean, you can call a girl Sean too as well.
Sean also.
I'm just gonna throw it out there.
A bit older school. A perfect name for. And Kyle.
I had a friend in high school. His name was Tracy, and I guess they email or the snail mail back in the day. All girls Miss America invitations, and he got one.
Oh, damn.
Oh, nice.
Did he win?
He didn't enter. No.
He didn't have a talent.
Yeah.
Anyway, Lock and Load, gorillamind.com. That is linked below. And it's not just our cum pills, which will have you, spurting in a way that's going to make your partner proud of their achievement. Mm-hmm. You can also get protein powder, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, pre-workout, EAA powder, any and all supplements that you are using that you want to be efficaciously dosed, which is Derek's style over at Gorilla Mind. Check that out and use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off whatever you need.
The thing that I use the most that I keep spending my own money on because I don't want to bug him is the mushroom dream pills. I genuinely think those give me more vivid dreams. And I've always been able to sort of figure out that I'm in a dream eventually, although sometimes it takes a while, but that happens a lot. Like almost every night I'm in my own little dream world doing stuff like the Matrix. When I have dreams, I can imagine a thing and it will materialize in my hand. Like it's fun. I can be like Corvette and one will appear. I can focus enough and make things happen.
Little lucid dreaming.
They call it lucid dreaming.
And you can train yourself to do that more effectively and more regularly, apparently. And the Gorilla Dream supplement that Derek sells over there, code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off, is supposed to be very helpful for that. Kyle is living proof. So check it out. Get high with a hard dick
on our supply. That should be the thing. Yeah.
Get high on your own supply.
No, our supply.
Oh, get high. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, buy our drugs.
Oh, I was still thinking about the cum. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that too.
I have vivid dreams these days because I stopped getting loaded. I don't drink or smoke weed anymore. And like ever since I stopped doing that, now every night
you're just raw dogging your entire life.
Yeah. So boring. But now I have these vivid dreams. It's crazy how little you dream when you're smoking like copious amounts of weed. Like you just don't dream, or at least I didn't.
That's true. But, yeah. When you smoke for a good while and then you stop for a week or take a tolerance break or whatever, one of the first things you notice is like, damn, I had weird dreams last night. Or not even weird as like bad, just like very vivid and active because you're used to getting like a more dreamless sleep when you're smoking weed. Yeah. Which dreamless sleep can be good in its own way too.
I'm definitely sleeping a lot. Like this is the most regulated that my sleep cycle's been in my entire adult life. Like I get a solid 7.5, 8 hours of sleep, or I fall asleep around the same time, wake up around the same time. And I've never really had that in my adult life ever. And at the age of 40, I finally started doing
good for you, man.
I'm doing that right now too, but I'm just one good game release, like especially a multiplayer co-op type grindy game.
Oh, then it goes to shit. Yeah.
Like I go back to Rust because it's so addictive, and I
Baldur's
try not to
Gate
look
fucked
at
you
it.
up there a bit, I think.
Well, that's single player though. That's me grinding on my own just for my own self. But if you and I and Woody were playing Rust, and it was like, yeah, Woody can't get on until 4, but I'm on noon till 6. I'm gonna make sure Woody's got enough scrap when he logs on that he doesn't have to futz about. He needs to learn those blueprints. Like there would be work to do like that you would take seriously for hours at a time, and I love that shit.
Yeah, I'd
grinding, collecting resources, and organizing them in the base.
That's just too much effort.
Drugs came up a minute ago. Hutch, have you ever done Molly?
Oh yeah.
I have heard. I was briefly interested. I've never done it, and I was like, this seems like, I don't know, something I should check out. And then I heard that it's like borrowing your next 3 days of happiness, having it all tonight, and then fighting depression till the middle of the week. What's your opinion on that thought?
I think that's my experience wasn't like that. There's definitely a come down, and it's nice to have some cannabis or cannabis products like when you're doing the come down, because it just kind of helps to relax and everything. I don't think that's true. I don't think you're going to be fighting depression. Like you don't have to do a lot of MDMA. Like you can take a small amount and have a really good experience. If you do a lot of MDMA, then you're probably going to have like a rough couple of days following. But if you do it in moderation, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't know. Has anybody here tried Molly?
Yeah, I've done Molly. Like I never knew anyone who did it. Like I haven't done it since college, and I just did it like before. I think it was Skrillex like 2010 at Mizzou before that show. Or no, it was Pretty Lights. It was Pretty Lights 2010. That was an awesome show. I think it was awesome even but I was on a bunch of Molly. And so like it's one of those drugs that like I bet it would fuck with you really badly if you're doing it all the time. But I didn't know anyone in my world who did it anytime other than like before a concert. And even then, like I never would have sought it out. It was like one of my buddies happened to have some. Was like, hey, take some of this before you go to the show and drink a bunch of water to stay hydrated. And
nobody can describe their high, right? It's just hard to put into words. But can you attempt what Molly does?
I was in a good mood, a fantastic mood. The music, like it could just be that the bass was so heavy and hard, but the energy was excellent there. There was no feeling of like crowdedness in the crowd and everybody jumping around and everything. Like I was literally that guy, one of the guys, because a lot of people are on Molly, I'm sure, where, there's the main core of people who are in front of the stage and Pretty Lights is playing and everything. And then there are the people like kind of off to the side in like a more open space, not directly in front of it, and they're just kind of going wild, vibing and dancing. I was one of those guys.
Yeah.
Not a lick of shame or embarrassment. I was feeling it, and I didn't care. I just felt so good dancing around. It was great.
It depends on if you have it on an empty stomach or a full stomach. So like if you take it on a full stomach, the come up might be a little bit protracted. Like it might take like an hour and a half. If you eat like 2 hours before you take it, I think that's technically ideal. What'll happen is like 30 minutes into it, you might feel like a little bit of anxiety. Like it'll feel kind of like, that's why they call it the come up. It's like a feeling of like anticipation, excitement, anxiety. Yes. And maybe you start getting kind of tingly, and then it's just a euphoric feeling. You love everybody around you. You know, you feel a sense of like connection. I think the original purpose of the drug was it was meant to help with like couples therapy. Like I think that was the original purpose for when the drug was
that makes sense
developed. And now, of course, they're like, you probably already know, but they're experimenting with treating PTSD and depression, which I can totally.
They give it. I can't
imagine I can't imagine getting in an argument with someone in the space I was in at that concert. Like, you're right. That was a good way to put it. Like, you're just, everybody's vibing and you're just getting along, having a fun time together.
And there's a bit of like body stuff too. Like your skin feels kind of tingly. So like, that's why people will, they'll like, a lot of people will like play with each other's hair and give each other massages. It's because like your physical sensations are heightened, but you're not high. Like if you smoke weed, it doesn't produce the same kind of, it's hard to explain because it's like you're high, but you're not high. It's like it is a very different. It's unlike marijuana. It's unlike alcohol. It's unlike cocaine. It's unlike LSD. Mm-hmm. It's very unique in that way.
Sounds like it's concentrated happiness.
Definitely.
It was a lot of fun. I wouldn't do it again.
Can you get it legally?
I don't think you can get it legally. I've never. It is a drug that like hasn't even been mentioned in any of my social circles like since college. Like I don't know anybody who.
I really want DMT. That's the next thing that I'm gonna like try to find a legal-ish way to do travel somewhere, whatever. I really want to see those goddamn gnomes or whatever, and I want to get myself psyched up to see some scary shit before I do it. Like.
Do you believe that they all see the same like alien creature, or do you think it's like they're all going into a trip experience and people are telling them what they're going to see and they're like planting a seed?
So I've seen a lot about this. I don't know the answer. I think that if you tell somebody, hey, let us know if you see the machine gnomes before they do DMT, then they're probably going to see some machine gnomes. I heard someone say once, maybe on Rogan, that we should find an uncontacted tribe and dose one of those motherfuckers and see what they see, because they haven't been influenced by anything that's in our world. And if they see the machine gnomes, then they're fucking real.
Wait, Woody, are you still doing the ketamine stuff? Because my audience said that you were doing ketamine therapy.
That was it ended though. I call it like 9 months ago. I don't remember when.
Did you do the thing where it's like 6 sessions or whatever?
Yes, yeah. Mind Bloom.
So you did it at home?
Yeah.
Okay. And then and they have you like do a little check-in before, right? And then they make sure that there's somebody there to like monitor you. I looked into that because I was dealing with some
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Did you want to finish?
No, that's
so there's 6 sessions. I knew nothing about this. Like I didn't have any experience. And for me, it was the right way to get started. I needed a tour guide. Other people, maybe you have friends who could guide you through it. And I was just trying to like work some shit out. So I, even before they like prescribed it, I was like, this is why I'm taking it. I'm trying to sort of sort some shit out, find some happiness and wellness. And they're like, cool. You seem like a fit. And they prescribed it to me. Don't get too caught up in the numbers, but I think this is about right. I think the initial dose was 450 milligrams or something. And I took it and I enjoyed it. And it was a good experience for me. Beforehand, they had me like take my blood pressure. They set you up. There's some nausea involved. So they give you, I bet Taylor knows. What is the name of the drug that cures
omeprazole?
Maybe, but
my guess for drug would have been weed.
Well, anyway, there's a something that they take it in advance so that you don't get any nausea. Works perfectly. But my point in bringing that up is they really do this professionally. It's probably more expensive. You put this stuff under your tongue, you wait for like 7 minutes, and they give you the audio to listen to while you do it.
And a mask, right? A sleeping mask?
A high quality sleeping mask, a blood pressure guide. There's a therapist like sort of getting you all set up for it. They make sure that you have like a babysitter of some sort, you know, to help you do this. But it's only for the first like 1 or 2 sessions. And then the other 4, you're completely independent, which I like. On the first one, I was happy to have the help. On the second one, it was sort of a quick check-in. Then after that, I'm a grown-up. Leave me the heck alone. I've learned. It's my 3rd time. The first dose I said was 450, and then afterwards I was like, hey, it really worked. Like I got a good ride out of this, but you know how when you're like a little drunk, you can either lean into it or you can almost pretend you're sober, like if the officer's talking to you. Okay. That's how my 450 was. So they're like, all right, cool, 800 next time around. And then that became this like inescapable, you're going on this ride. There is no, you can open your eyes and pretend you're okay kind of thing. And
but it's pretty brief, right? Like 30 minutes, an hour. It's not that long of a trip, is it?
Yeah. So an hour, I think it's an hour of the trip. And then afterwards, I'm still feeling it a little bit, but I journaled. And maybe you don't want that. But for me, that was really helpful. While I'm high, all my thoughts are just completely unencumbered by any second guessing. Every thought I have is an absolute winner, banger. You know, like this is how I fill my wife's bucket. This is what my son really needs from me. This is what my daughter, etc. And there is no, but what if? No. This is it. And then afterwards, I get to revisit these thoughts because I've journaled it, and it was really useful. I still look at them sometimes. I bet I've looked at them this month. You know, and it was
did you get because I know that it has very acute effects in terms of relieving, and I don't know if were you dealing with depression or like sort of general malaise, that sort of a thing, or
call it mild depression, malaise, that works.
Okay. I was told that it immediately, I've talked to several people that have done it, it made them feel better like immediately, but it wasn't necessarily the case that was the case after like 2 weeks. Did you have long-term relief of the symptoms when you?
I had the inverse of that. I would say that after the first dose, the next day I'm like still me, and then like after the 6th dose, I'm like, actually, you know, this has been really helpful for me. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you took it, and then it sounds like you really go into like a meditative state almost. What if you just watched Trailer Park Boys?
Then I think you'd get what you wanted from it, right? So what I did, I put on the mask. I used a weighted blanket. I had a scented candle. Like I really created my setting for me to sort of work stuff out. Just I wanted nothing but me and my thoughts. Boom.
Yeah.
But that doesn't sound like it's the experience you're going for. You're just going for a really great afternoon.
Yeah, we're having a good time. Yeah.
I think it would deliver that too.
Yeah. I don't know. Right now, DMT, 100%. I want to go to another place and see another thing. LSD, I've said it before, is slight alteration of what you have in front of you, which was the first time I'd ever experienced that. Every cartoon led me to believe that a beer would do it, that I'd see. And then every like stupid adult led me to believe that like marijuana would make me do it. And then finally I took a drug that made me see shit that wasn't there and make the shit that was there change colors and wiggle and jiggle. Let me take that back. I didn't see anything that wasn't there, but it made everything it was augmented reality. Everything that was there was changed. The moon, you know, late at night, full moon, and the clouds are moving quickly between you and the moon. Oh, that was fantastic to look at.
I feel like with LSD, the way that I would describe it is that everything turns into like vibrations. So when you look at a light source on LSD, you're not seeing necessarily like one kind of light source. You're seeing like a million diamonds that are kind of like breathing almost. And then sound. Like I remember I had like a box breathing too. Yeah. Or if you take a shower and you look down and like the water flowing and all that, like I remember listening to like a box fan when I was tripping my fucking face off on LSD, and I felt like I could hear the individual vibrations of like LSD is really you got to be careful with that drug though, because that is it is a really intense drug. Like you should have somebody kind of babysitting you.
Yeah,
and, like,
we were all together taking it. Like 4 or 5 of us took it together.
Which one was the babysitter?
Somebody might have been sober. The thing was
the neighbor. The neighbor was sober.
The local PD would have intervened if it got.
I think 1 or 2 of the guys only took like 2 hits of acid, and while you're tripping on 2, you're not. It's like 3 beers tripping. I don't know. You're not. You're still able to take care of everybody.
It's still intense, but the real ride is like 6 tabs. Then you're on the fucking.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So on LSD, I think I know the answer. You would never drive on that, right? That'd be a terrible decision. What about Molly? Because it sounds like you just concentrated happiness. Would you
get pulled over? You're not going to be able to fake sober.
I'm not suggesting that
your big old pupils.
I would never suggest that you ride a car after taking Molly. I don't think it would hinder you as much as LSD. Like,
what about pot? And I'm just using this as a.
I don't think it's a good idea to drive when you're high. A lot of people do it, but I don't think it's a good idea to do that.
Yeah,
personally.
So I have friends who are like Olympic level pot consumers, and they're fine. They fucking fly their paragliders, ride boats, dirt bikes. They feel like they're better at dirt biking when they're high. For me though, I'm completely sober and all that shit.
I usually don't buy the like, oh, it makes me better at working out. I'm a better athlete when I'm high. It's like, just say you want to be high while you're flying around like that. I was better at COD when I smoked weed for sure. Like for 100% for sure.
Really? I mean, technically, because I would be more immersed, like less distracted. So like maybe my reaction time was a little bit slower, but my game sense was better when I was smoking weed and playing COD for sure. And my chat would even tell you this, because I would play like a few games sober and then I would smoke some weed and then it was like a thing. Yeah.
But the only thing I do better on weed is enjoy jokes and go to sleep. Those are the things that I'm
a better eater. I'm really good.
If we had a talent show or if I had to challenge you all, if we had a game of anything you can do, I can do better or something where I did a thing and then you had to copy
I'm
me.
Michael Jordan, you're Mia Hamm.
Yeah. It would be driving high. If I had to challenge you to do a thing, it would be to get high and then drive through heavy traffic and go to
couldn't even be a closed course. Oh no.
No.
Traffic.
We're playing
ambulance behind you.
We're playing for keeps. I drove us through a fucking blizzard from Denver to Killington. I don't know what that distance is, and I don't know how long it took because I was so high that it was in a blizzard. You can look up the weather report and see the nightmare. No, God. No,
there was no way you drove from Colorado to Vermont.
What's the fucking they named a car after it. It's the resort in Southern Colorado. The fancy schmancy ski resort, Southern Colorado. Telluride. Denver to Telluride. It was like 4 or 6 hours or something down mountains. We were behind snow plows. Laser focus.
Yeah. That's a hardcore twisty roads.
It was so fun.
The problem too is if you're a cop, it's like really hard to get people on that because it's like you can do like a blood test or it's like they don't really have like it's not the same with alcohol. You just blow into a breathalyzer. So
yeah,
but I don't know. I feel like have they done studies on like I mean obviously I think alcohol is going to impair you more if you're driving. I think that's
impaired driving though. I'll say this: the reason I would challenge you is because I've got a high tolerance, right? It just doesn't affect me as much mostly, and I'm used to being high a lot. But if you got high, you'd be panicking and worried and scared. You wouldn't be relaxed. You'd be fucked up. You'd get in trouble. I wouldn't recommend anybody smoke and drive. Like if you smoked for the first time and got behind the wheel of a car,
no, that's
crash.
A horrible idea.
You're gonna
or if you take like a dab, like a big old chunky dab.
The first time the first time something like that would be the equivalent of like getting in an office chair and we spinning you a bunch of times and like throwing you behind the wheel. Like you'd just be everywhere.
Yeah.
I've been watching. I showed Taylor before the episode. I want and remind me to talk about paramotors because you know they made global news and everything recently.
Oh dear.
We were watching that police video. Taylor and I, it just happened in Georgia. Where the cop pulls over a guy, and the guy starts being resistant. The cop tases him, And the guy eats the taser standing. He's going,
love that.
And when the taser stops, he turns around and starts kung fu fighting the cop. I'm talking karate chops. I'm talking.
Is he hitting or doing? What is it called when they just do the poses?
Kata.
Kata, yeah.
No, he's hitting him. Yeah,
it's a little bit of both. Some of it's ineffective and not necessary. It's like he's working that that kata stick.
Yes, with the stick.
It's like he's going through his kata and then walking into the cop. So some of it works, and some of the deflections even work.
That's how Bart Simpson fights.
He's fucking the cop up.
I'm gonna move my arms like this, and if you get in the way, it's on you.
And the cop cannot believe that we're having fisticuffs out of nowhere. And finally, he gets the cop's like mouth jaw in his hands and starts bending the cop over backwards. The cop's neck is bent as far backwards as it will go, and they're still standing. And he's like got his hands kind of around his jaw, like you grab a child or like an insolent woman. And he's bending him back, and he's going, yeah, bitch. And the cop tries to whomp him with that silly baton they have, and he's not having any of that. So
Kata's it right away.
Kata's it away. Ka. It spins into the interstate. By the way, this is happening right next to busy interstate I-85. So then I-85, it's redundant. So the cop grabs his gun, puts it to the guy's ribs, and shoots him twice through the lungs. So then the guy falls and like quickly dies in front of us on camera over the next 8 minutes. It's a good watch. But the fun thing was there was a Brinks truck driving down the interstate, slams on the brakes, throws that bitch in reverse, and the Brinks man comes back to he comes out of the car with his gun, like holding the guy down on the ground. It was great. I love Brinks man. I love those police activity videos. I found a new channel that shows you more of the instead of just the shootout, everything before and after. So you get to see them like get thrown in jail. You get to see them in their jail cell upset. It's great. It's great.
I need to switch to Kyle stuff. I'm watching like Audit the Auditor. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
No.
It's a very dull version of it. Like what happens is you have these people who intentionally antagonize police, right? So it usually starts off with like videotaping the police building.
Is it like the sovereign citizen people?
They can be, but usually they're kind of
those people are funny as fuck, dude.
These people have real legal ground to stand on. These guys are taking their actual rights and pressing it as far as they can legally go and saying, do something about it, I'll sue you.
Like I'm standing on the sidewalk and I'm filming in the window of the police department, which it turns out you're allowed to do. But the police really don't like that. So they hate that. So they're like, what's your name? And he's like, I don't want to tell you my name. You know, what are you doing? I don't want to talk about my day. Why are you filming inside of the police department? He's like, I'm outside.
I'm a journalist.
I'm a journalist. Yeah. Who do you work for? I'm an independent journalist.
Independent journalist.
And their goal is to get the police to violate their rights, and then they sue.
Yeah.
And then this guy, Audit the Auditor, well, he's an attorney. These people are usually just like, you know, amateur attorneys.
Yeah.
But Audit the Auditor, the YouTuber, is a genuine attorney, and he'll look up like the section and code. And at the end, he gives people letter grades. Like, I give this cop a D+. I give this, you know, citizen a B-.
Yeah.
And you learn a lot from it. But the thing is, the police typically tell you have fewer rights than you really have. And I never have the confidence to be like, when do you need to produce your ID and when don't you? For example, what if you're the passenger? Can you just tell the police to fuck off? I think you can, but if they were like,
but I don't know. I'd give them I'll tell you this. When I'm in the passenger car, I don't bring my ID. This happened. Like I was in a car that had a car accident, and I was the passenger, and I made a point of not bringing my ID because I don't want to be part of your nonsense. The cop was like, "Do you have ID?" I was like, "I absolutely do not."
Aren't you supposed to have it though? That's what I was always told. Aren't you supposed to always have your ID?
No.
What are you gonna do? Write me up.
Nazi
My name's
stuff.
Joe Stevenson.
Just put a little. I've got a Star of David that I just put on, and that way everybody knows I'm a good boy.
I
have
thought
to
you
have
meant
your ID.
That's how you show people you're an attorney.
You have to have a driver's license if you're operating a motor vehicle, but they can't ask you for that bitch unless they have conducted a traffic stop, or if they suspect you of committing a crime. And if you know that they have no reason to suspect you of committing a crime, then they're in a lot of trouble. I saw a cop chasing a guy around a park, like shooting at him with a taser being like, telling him he was obstructing. And another cop is like, whoa, what are you doing? He was obstructing and fleeing from what? Resisting arrest for what? Fleeing from what? Obstructing what?
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Or another one, cop is pulling over someone, boom, right? Auditor, or that's what they call themselves, auditors, starts filming the police interaction with the person who's getting a ticket for something. Cops hate that. They absolutely hate being filmed. So they'll tell them like, well, you're impeding my investigation. They're across the street on the sidewalk, 60 feet away, and they need them to be like 250 feet away for like rolling through a stop sign. It's bullshit. And I never have really the confidence to be like, no, 70 feet away is reasonable. You can suck my dick. I'm not going any farther.
How much
some
money
of them
are
that
these
antagonistic. Some will be like, fuck you, pig. Fuck you, pig. Do something about it, fatty. They didn't have a 5XL uniform, you piece of shit. What kind of high school bully can't hack it in the military piece of shit are you?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it can be a little dry, but
what's the most amount of money you've seen, or if they do follow? $250,000,
$80,000-$90,000 just for like putting your hands on me and making me move.
What was the $250,000 for? Did he like get tased or beat up or just?
I think they like aggressively cuffed him and made him spend a night in jail or something like that.
It's a pretty good trade-off.
Damn.
No, yeah.
All I need work,
boys.
I do that 4 times a year.
Oh, yeah. And then you'll get greedy. Then you'll be like, Jackie, going into work, because you have like your bullhorn and your clackers just to bother people.
I just get annoying as fuck maracas.
Yeah. Like, he's a menace, but he's too wealthy to stop at this point.
Has he not learned to play the triangle yet? We all hate him.
On the Police Watch YouTube channel, I think it's Police Watch, you get some really satisfying ones. They'll spend 15 minutes building up how much of a piece of shit this guy is and how many chances he's been given. And you know it's coming because if you fast forward a little, you can see this big peak in viewership, like 20 minutes in. You're like, I'll sit and wait. Show me how much of a piece of shit he is. And this bitch won't. Perfect one. This black lady from New Jersey, of course, in Florida, trying to fly back home, but she's drunk as a skunk. They won't let her on the airplane. Southwestern is like, no, you cannot board this flight. As a matter of fact, you've been so obnoxious, you can't have any Southwestern flights. You'll have to go back through security, book a new ticket with a different airline, and that's it. We've refunded your money. We'd all turn around and get the fuck out of there. Try to do it quickly so we can get our flight ASAP. Yeah. Not her. She's sitting there, obnoxious, drunk as fuck. She's sitting on one of those pieces of luggage that's motorized and you can ride around. that are really comical.
Yeah, she's winning me back.
I want one of those for the house.
They're amazingly quick and like agile, seemingly. I watched her do it, and the cop is being so understanding. He's an electric bicycle cop in the airport. He's zipping around, and he's being so cool. This and that. They've done this. He gets on the phone with her sister. Here, he explains properly what's going on. Just get her to go through security, and it's all over. That's all we need. Finally, we get her in the plane train. She's being shitty. She's drinking water, but seemingly getting drunker and more shitty. He's just like, just walk that way. You can see where she has to go. Like home free is right there through those gates. Just walk there, just drinking, talking shit. Random black fella walks by, gets involved. Cop lets that happen. Yeah. Try to convince her. If we go through there, we're home free. He can't do it. She spits at the cop, and that's it. You've spat on me. Then she spits in his face. They hate it. By the time it's over, she's fucking handcuffed, mushed against a wall, getting hog-tied, and like I love when they do it. They do this thing where they hog-tie you. They tie your ankles together, your hands behind your back, and then they tie a rope to your ankles, and they pull you through the car from the other side, and then they loop it over the door, close the door, and use their body weight to pull you all the way against the door so the other guy can slam the door you came in through, and now you're in that bitch, you fucker. I love it. I watch 2 hours of this shit a day. Just people getting I saw one today, 5 cops on this guy, and the female cop gets her thumb in the bad guy's mouth somehow, and he goes, ah, and she's biting the shit out of her like a bulldog, and she can't get her thumb out, and everybody's screaming, stop biting her, and one guy's punching him in the side of the head, just pop, 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 and finally her thumb pops out. It's all bloody and shit, and I thought for sure she was going to retreat, because I don't think much of female cops. But she stayed there the whole time. Stayed there, all bleeding everywhere. Everybody was bleeding. It was rough. I love my cop videos.
Bleeding. You do.
I gotta get going to get some dinner because I'm pretty fucking hungry. But it was really good catching up with you guys. I had a good time,
jam, man.
Yeah. And here's my parting question, because I know like Baldur's Gate 3 is like a big like a lot of people are saying play it with like a fun party. Can you play that game single player or no?
Single player is what you want. It's difficult to do a full. It's about 75 hours if you don't stray too much from the main story to complete the whole game. It's hard to pick up saves with people. In my, I thought I'd be surprised if it wasn't. I've played it all single player. I played a few party games, but it's kind of like after this 3-hour session, how do we hook back up? If we just have to always play together, just like if we were doing a real D&D campaign where we sat around a table. If you're not there tonight, we can't play without you, or you'll get left behind.
But you had a good time playing single player?
Dude, it's been so many years since I've actually read the dialogue and cared so much. I don't know. I'm collecting the books in the world and reading them.
Okay.
I loved it so much. The story is so good.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yep. Have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Later, man.
Later.
Woody, I sent you that article today, or not an article, rather. Actually, it was an article posted in the paramotoring subreddit.
I did. I think I saw a screenshot or something, right? Mm-hmm. If you see something, shoot something.
Well, that was just me like riffing a little bit, but there was a serious article that got posted in there where someone somewhere, I don't think in the U.S., but they saw a paramotorist flying over and they panicked. They thought that there was some sort of a terrorist attack because they relate paramotors to terrorists.
That happened to me. Yeah, this is maybe 3-4 years ago, and I was flying with a friend of mine, and when we land, there's like cops there, lights going. Rather than land in my yard, this particular time I took off and landed in an airport. All right, cool. We get back, and there's like a cop car or two, and the lights are going. And we didn't think they were there for us. Like we hadn't done anything interesting.
Yeah.
And the cop comes over and he starts questioning us. Like, hey, like, where were you? What were you doing? What's this? And we're like, oh, these are paramotors. You don't need a license. And just sort of explaining what they are. Turns out someone had called 911, and they said that people were like dropping like terrorists were dropping things. And I was like, oh, well, I assure you, we didn't drop anything. And the cop is like, no, you don't understand. You're the thing. They thought that you were being dropped and going to attack North Carolina or something.
Oh,
and I was
think you're a parachutist, perhaps being dropped from a larger aircraft.
Something like that, or that we're some sort of gliding bomb. I don't know. But yeah, so we had a couple of cops greet us upon landing because they thought it was a terrorist attack.
People are so stupid.
That's what I thought.
I'm not saying I'm qualified to vote for president. I'm just saying that not everyone is. All right. If you make the test hard enough, I can't pass it. I won't argue with you. I won't say I am too smart enough to decide who's president. I won't argue with you.
There should be more questions about Rome on this test.
There should be.
There should be a few about Rome. I think they're pretty pertinent. The fall of the greatest empire of all time. There we were with hot running water, and then we went to the Dark Ages and like rubbing boiled down horse urine in our wounds for 1,000 fucking years. So it's a good idea to look at Rome if you're going to be voting. I'd like someone who knew the consequences of a failed republic. I'd like someone who knew the consequences of the most powerful power in not just a region, but now a globe failing.
I was only half joking, but yeah, it makes sense, especially as America. I think we're the current reigning empire. I think you could say that. And to sort of know what happened to England, what happened to Rome, how these things get bigger and smaller and help make better decisions.
Rome just kept overextending itself towards the end of its existence, funding tons of foreign wars.
Based on what I learned from TV, it was a love triangle gone awry.
I'm pretty sure there was some immigration and some infrastructure issues too.
No,
I don't think they had a wall at all.
Huh, I think you're right. I bet they had a ton of walls.
They had the Hadrian's Wall.
They did. They had Hadrian's Wall up in England.
Well, because I've never heard of it, I'm not sure it's true.
It's still there.
It is.
Like that's proof.
Hadrian himself placed every stone.
He did. Stonewall Jackson was one of his first in his command there, if I remember correctly.
I finished Rome, the TV series. You were right. Oh my God. When you said it moved really quickly, I thought the first season moved really quickly. The first season ended in the way that I thought the whole thing would end. Like, what even is season 2? Well, sure enough, season 2 is pretty cool. And man, those last 3 episodes covered 2/3 of the story. Yeah.
It was wild. Yeah, it's a shame that didn't get. If that came out now, I would bet it would be wildly popular. It's shocking to me. You can tell, like, when some sort of global algorithm gets triggered by a subject. Right now, it is Rome. Like whatever that was recently,
TikTok
where someone on TikTok like brought up that topic that I asked my boyfriend how much he talks about Rome, and he answered this, and then it just exponentially grew until like Netflix and Hulu started recommending me Roman-based things. Netflix is like, hey, here's a series we made 2 years ago that's like 6 parts of Roman blah, blah, blah. Okay, why not? Like there's no way that's a coincidence. It's happening. I guarantee in Hollywood that algorithm, a bell went ding, 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 ding. What's that? It's the Make a Rome movie bell. All right. Who wants to do it? It's being made or written right now. The next Roman-based movie, it'll happen in 3 or 4 years, and it'll be fucking cool. I love that as a historical topic. I love it as movies and TV shows. Yeah, I wish Gladiator had been a whole goddamn universe. You know,
is there another empire as cool as Rome? Like, was Greece anywhere near that cool? Or
yeah, I mean,
Ottoman Empire.
The Romans stole all the Greeks' ideas.
They optimized them.
That's where you see Caesar Octavian. That's what Caesar Octavian's doing. Like when he's a boy, that his mother's like, "Stop reading all about those old dirty Greeks. They were all boy buggerers anyway. Now, have you had any gash yet?" No, mother. I have plenty of time to get gash.
A man of your age should have had a dozen slave girls' gashes by now.
That's like
what is?
I'm
what
not
is
exaggerating much.
What's the joke? Like the Greeks invented sex, and then the Romans discovered you could do it with women. Something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
And the Greeks actually get like more of that. Like they weren't as gay.
They have the
as
reputation
people
for being...
say. Yeah, that was like an insult. They would like the Spartans would make fun of the Athenians being like a bunch of boy-loving buggerers or whatever the words were back then.
Yeah,
still was going on.
They did in the movies that I've watched.
Not to like what our idea of it is today, where it's like, oh yeah, the Greeks just like totally cool.
I'm sure there's plenty of gay people and like getting down in all kinds of ways. The Romans were just perverse, and all the way up to their leadership. You know, you would see. There's even that scene in Rome where the guy's like, "I've heard that you Romans would have a baboon fuck a woman," and he's like, "Yes, we sometimes will have baboons fuck a woman. I believe it's no more difficult than training the baboon and restraining the woman." And the guy, it's usually reserved as a punishment though, and the man is like, "I would like to see this. I would like to see a baboon fuck a woman." He's like, "Well, steps can be taken, certainly, but the matter at hand is..." It's just like, yeah, sure, dude, we'll get you your baboon fucking like after negotiations. Yeah. Like, come on, let's move along.
Even then, back in those days, I feel like those guys had to have been like, really, the baboon fucking guy. Like, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to go to the Coliseum?
No, that's what they did.
Baboon fucking again.
That's what they did in the Coliseum. They would have baboon fucking in the Coliseum. All right, first of all, I don't think so. All right, I love when you say things like this, and I ask you if you want to bet because I know you're wrong, and you refuse to bet, and then Zach looks it up, and then you go, baboon fucking in the Coliseum.
All right, Zach, look up baboon fucking in the Coliseum. There's no way.
Are baboons at all native to that area?
And
No,
of course. So let me just say this: one of the flexes that the Roman Empire would do to like keep its people, we're taxing them a lot for this big military we have. It's very expensive because it's an organized military that you feed and like. What do you do for a living? I'm a fucking soldier. I show up to the post and I serve there for 5 years at a time. You got to feed, pay, and you pay them in gold, right? So to show the people and to pay them off for this, they would bring back from Africa and from all the way to England and Europe the bears, the lions, the monsters of those lands that they conquered, the elephants, and bring them home as and they're during their triumphs and be like, look how powerful we are. We brought these baboons home to fuck women. Nothing about baboon rape.
Read it, Taylor. Read it out loud.
Let's bet $1,000. There's nothing, though, about baboon rape. There's also nothing to actually indicate that the reenactment Marshall alludes to was anything but a dude in a bull costume mounting someone in a pacific costume. No rape involved and probably no actual intercourse given the constraints of visibility within the Colosseum. Words from my mouth, basically. Is what I. That's
so Google this. We're forced bestiality Colosseum.
You're really
because I'm positive it's true. If that doesn't work, maybe lose the Colosseum and just do Romans, because that was kind of like what. I mean, if the first thing doesn't work, I'm almost positive they use this as a form of execution. Like they would have a horse rape a woman to death.
You've been taking a bunch of Derek's dream supplements. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
This isn't something that you had a fever dream about that you were just excited.
This diet consists of mushrooms and pot.
Yeah, mushrooms.
They definitely did.
That wouldn't even be as entertaining. As like just from entertainment perspective, do you want to see a bunch of the Retiarius fighting the
you'd have
shield
a variety
guy?
of things, Taylor. Like you don't want all of look different channels.
Variety is the spice of life.
It was just like television. Like one day you'd have women being executed by rape of donkey or whatever, and then the next day we'll recreate that old what's the myth about the guy who like the eagle comes down and eats his liver every day and it regenerates? Is that Greek or Roman? You would think it's Roman because I know they recreated it.
Yeah, I think
they trained the birds to come down and
they did rip a lot lot of their stuff from the Greeks. Not even inventing their
bird to eat a man's liver.
That's I don't think they did that.
I bet they did that too.
No, because yes. Yes,
Zach, also fact check that at one point birds were trained to eat men's liver as to recreate I can't remember if it's Greek or Roman, but the mythological god, nonsense, theological myth of that occurring.
Because there's no way you could. The bird's gonna eat whatever's in front of it. As soon as it's done with the liver, it's gonna be eating your kidneys or whatever else the dead guy has.
We're not talking about what it does later. We're talking about for the show of it all. Like, what does it come down to do? And I say they trained a bird to eat a man's liver on command.
If it was eating liver on command, because it definitely.
Thank you. Yeah, it was Prometheus' punishment for giving fire to man. They did that to him.
Which big ups to Prometheus.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that fire, man.
Like
Prometheus was punished by Zeus. Yeah, but did the Romans recreate that, in real life in the Colosseum? And also, where are we on this animal rape as punishment? Because I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
I think you're wrong, and I think we should bet.
Animal rape is fake.
Ooh,
I've seen
that's been Snopes.
I've seen multiple sources. They would the part.
What sources? What websites are you on?
Motherless, Pornhub, lots of sources.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a gentleman on eFucked, and he wouldn't steer me the wrong direction.
No, I mean like watch. I feel like I've watched not just the Rome TV show, but like I feel like I've watched historical.
There were no cameras back then, Kyle.
Yeah,
of course there are no cameras, but
there's a reenactment you're watching.
I'm not talking about videos I've watched. They were all dressed in togas and shit, man. I'm telling you.
Then at the end, some lady came in, got naked, and some guy fucked her.
This is like
he was a plumber or something.
If I have truly been misled, which I am not admitting until I've done thorough research after the show,
admit it.
I'm sure that I've watched YouTube videos that were like talking about like ancient Rome was more perverse than you can imagine. Emperor Commodus would order women to be raped by donkeys for his.
Up next, was Hitler an alien?
No, not those kind of videos.
The Nazis' secret occult pact with the devil.
I don't watch those anymore.
They got you too many times where you're like, wait a minute.
No.
They just didn't have enough footage to make another Nazi war documentary, so now they're like doing stills and smash cuts of demon and like Beelzebub heads.
I'm standing by this forced animal rape by the Romans as punishment and/or execution. Or perhaps as a party favor. I will get to the bottom of it. Zach is clearly in on some sort of lie to make me look silly. And I'll get to the bottom of that too. I'll root out any conspirators, Taylor, and do nothing about it.
Then do nothing about it. Well, either way, Zach, Operation Kyle Fool is complete.
One of the times that I remember, I've talked about it before, but my teacher just went on and on about the Spartans, and it was this inspiring moment in my childhood education where I thought of him as my favorite teacher, and it turns out everything he taught me was like sort of lies and not.
What did he teach you?
Well, it was the Spartan stuff about the way their lives went stuff, and it turned out a lot of that wasn't exactly true, or at least I see sources now that suggest that it was not.
Yeah.
So I don't
know. The like over the top like pederasty stuff.
Yeah, the over the top like militarized society and like the agoge, we're 7 years old, you're drug away, and you're in the army till you're 45 or whatever. Like all that crazy, and the craziness of the training. That he was very specific about that. Anyway, YouTube has led me to believe that much of that was exaggerated or just outright lies. Spartan propaganda, it turned out.
It could be. I mean, they
lived on to the 20th century.
They would definitely want their enemies to believe that they were like insane warrior people, even if it was kind of a bit of an exaggeration. They were warrior oriented. I
got to shift to UFC because let me explain what kind of card. I love that Taylor's is the kind of fan he is, and that Woody and Woody is the kind of fan he is, because this is perfect. So sometimes you'll have a pay-per-view that I'll give a bronze medal to. Mm-hmm. All right, goodness gracious, a Holly Holmes card, great. No, thank you. Then there's like the silver medal. It's like, I really wish they had a better co-main event. So it's just really one good
champ
fight
and a bunch of.
It's like, I care about that guy, I guess, and man, he still fights. Fuck, and 2 girl fights. That's a silver, and then you got a gold medal card, right? Holy shit. We got 2 belts on the line. The 3rd fight is good. And holy shit, that 5th fight is that guy 2 years ago was the man's man. This is a killer card. What we have this weekend is a wild card. This is rainbow colored. Because 2 things, two fighters fell out. One fell out due to a horrific staph infection in his elbow.
I saw a picture of that. Oof.
It gets grosser by the day. Like I saw a hole eaten out of it recently. He's had 2 surgeries, opening it up, cleaning it out, multiple like high level antibiotics. He's a pro athlete. So he's getting the best care. He flew to another continent for the care. He flew back to South America to like his doctor. He's out. The guy he's going to fight is this. Oh my God, Khamzat Chimaev. Chael Sonnen calls him Kazmat, even to his face, and it's funny to see a man as scary as Kazmat be like, "Motherfucker, my name." But he doesn't say it. I thought he had a hair lip. I've learned that he actually fell down some stairs as a kid, and it's just like scarred. He talks like this man. He's terrible on the mic. You can barely understand a word he says, but he's a ghoul. He's a fucking scary gremlin he's the Allahu Akbar on 9/11 guy. He's the guy who mauls people. Everybody but Gilbert Burns, he's just destroyed in seconds, just taking them down and beating the bejesus out of them. Well, Paulo Costa, elbow injury, can't fight him. We need an opponent. They bring up Kamaru Manizarbad Usman, who was the champion not very long ago, a couple years ago. He's the number 1 contender. It's
maybe the best body in UFC. One of the perfect specimen.
The guy. So we're going to see a guy who was the guy like 2 years ago face off against a guy he normally wouldn't have to fight. The scary up and coming monster who we haven't really equated his power level yet. It's like early on in a superhero movie where they haven't faced off against anyone we know is tough.
Yeah.
So like in Star Trek, they have somebody beat up Worf to establish how strong they are. Worf gets his ass beat every episode, so we know the bad guy's strong because we know Worf is strong. Well, it's gonna be an amazing fight. This Kamzat guy is. Go ahead.
The part that I'm very interested in, Kamar Usman is known to be a very good grappler, right? He didn't do a ton of grappling, but it was like he never had to. You had to respect his hands. The grappling threat was there, and he's a high-level grappler, they say. Cosma is a very good grappler. He only grapples. All his striking is basically his attempt to get to grappling. That's 80% right. So I'm interested to see, how does his grappling hold up against a high-level grappler? We'll know.
So the most interesting part, and I'm going to talk about the co-main event as well, because it's or the other fight. I don't know how they're stacked because they're both incredible fights. Just to stay on topic, the co-main event, same thing happened. The opponent fell out. One of the opponents couldn't remind me of what happened because for some reason I'm spacing.
Yeah,
Islam. It's Islam Makhachev at 155 pounds. Who was he going to fight that fell through?
Can't remember.
Oliveira. Charles Oliveira, former champion, was going to rematch with this Islam Makhachev guy. You're probably seeing some commonalities in the names. These are all Muslim fighters. But his opponent gets a serious cut on his eye, and he's out. Now we need an opponent. So they bring the 145-pound champion from Australia on 10 days' notice, says, yes, I will fly to Abu Dhabi. I will fight the champion.
He said something better than yes. He said, pay me. And the UFC said, okay. and now the trash talking is like, he's only doing this for money. He's just doing this to get paid. And Volkanovski's like, don't you worry about what I'm getting paid. Let's fight. I'm like,
of course he is. It's his job.
Are you telling me this prize fighter's doing it for the money?
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that. The 145-pound champ fighting the 155-pound champ. Again, the last fight was incredible. It was 3 rounds to 2, unanimous decision in favor of the 155-pound guy. But there were moments of pure terror on the face of the 55-pounder where he was looking at the clock like, get this guy off me. When he turtled on Volk's back for a whole round, and Volk is going, come on, punching him over his shoulder and doing more damage, in my opinion. If it were a street yard fight, I'd be like, you better let him go. He's punching you in the nose over and over. Like, he's clearly winning the street yard bully fight. But that ain't how UFC works. It's not about damage done. It's not about who was winning at the 5th round, because that was Volk. It's a round-based thing. And 3 rounds to 2, Makhachev won. But here we go again. And I'm very pumped for that. And the thing is the location and the timing, because those are 2 powerful factors in anything. And here we are in Abu Dhabi, where the whole crowd will be wearing those Saudi Arabian like robes and fucking garbs and everything. The sponsors will be different. The ring girls will not be there. And every fight has a Muslim fighting like a Westerner or something like that, or a Brazilian or something like that. It's their card on their time zone in their country. And I mean, the Middle East is fucking exploding. At the press conference, a Brazilian reporter said, when will we see UFC come to India, or maybe an Indian fighter? Now, you might not know about this, but there's a little beef between India and the Pakistani Muslims, and, it goes back a while. Plus, the Middle East is already burning. Whole crowd, boo, boo, you Indian piece of shit. and Dana's like, of course, he doesn't know any of this. He's Dana White. He's like, why don't people like India? I don't understand. And I feel like somebody was like, no. Now, to compound all of this craziness, all of the Muslim fighters fighting the Western fighters, not only did you have that crazy redneck come out with the Bible recently so that you can have a little whataboutism, but they also just rescinded the rule that prevented flags in the octagon. They did that before the terrorist attack, just to be clear on the timeline. It was unrelated to any craziness going on. They instituted the rule after Ukraine because there's so many Russian fighters. You don't want them getting booed out of the building, like pimping their Russian flag while children die in the streets. That rule is gone. So you will have people bringing flags in. I can imagine a Palestinian flag coming in there. I can imagine some crazy shit coming out of the mic, because our boy Kamzat with the hair lip from falling down the stairs, I don't know if you follow him on Twitter. He tweeted out a picture of Hitler and Bibi Netanyahu like hand in hand, like doing the Arnold shake together. Like, it's gonna get political, nasty, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun because it's the highest level. These are some of the they're if you look at the pound for pound list, a bunch of the top guys are fighting that night each other. I don't even care about the undercard, though I'm sure it's great. The rest of the main card, those two fights right there, the location, the timing, the flags, it's going to be wild.
In the UFC, you get the fight you want. If you like boxing, like Pacquiao didn't fight Mayweather until they were both over the hill. It never happened. They aged out before you got to see the fight you really wanted. In the UFC, you get the fight you want. They take the two people you wish would fight and they figure it the fuck out. And I'm excited that, like, even on a short notice, they're like, Volkanovski, you pay me. And they did. Nate Diaz had this.
They're making light of that. But
he stepped in to fight Conor McGregor. And Nate Diaz and his, like, speech impediment slur and stuff. He's like, we want you to fight. I said, all right, pay me. They said, okay. I said, nah, pay me some more. They said, okay. So here I am. I was like, fuck. Go, Dana. Like, make this fight happen.
I'm very excited for it. There's probably outside money from Abu Dhabi. Like, I bet they might have had some influence. He might have asked one of those sheiks over there, hey, who would you like? Because I know Poirier said yes. I know a lot of 55-pounders said yes. It's a goddamn shame Conor couldn't say yes and step up. Ooh, he'd be like, do it at catch weight. Oh, catch weight, him versus Islam at whatever the fuck they weigh.
Conor would get his shit pushed.
He'd get smoked.
Yeah.
Get smoked.
He'd say no. Conor hasn't shown... Well, actually, I take it back. Prime Conor showed a ton of bravery. He's the guy. He would be like, they're all just men. I don't care who it is.
I guarantee you he'd step up against Strickland for his belt right now. If you called him to go fight Sean Strickland for that belt, Conor would go fight Strickland right now. They weigh about the same.
I wouldn't doubt it. Conor hasn't looked good since Alvarez.
Long time. I didn't think he looked great against Poirier this last time when he got beat up and his leg broken. I don't know. We're going to see a different Conor. Maybe he comes. I don't care. I don't care anymore, if I'm being honest. The fighters that I talked about, those are the interesting fighters. Like those guys. I hate those two Muslim fighters, not because of their religion or where they're from. I hate their personalities. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them.
As guys, you wouldn't want to hang out with them.
I want bad things for them. Like the same way that I hope Chris Pratt's having a nice evening. And I hope him and his family are well this evening. And like he has a good day tomorrow too. I hope bad things for those fuckers.
You hope these guys are struggling to make weight.
Stub your toe on the way out of bed. Fucking
Have you
cut
ever
yourself
seen
shaving.
Or Belfort
Cut the corner of your
trying to
mouth
make
on
weight?
an envelope while you lick it. You piece of shit.
TRT4, they called him. I saw him trying to make weight once, right? So he's trying to get all the water out of his body, but he wants to drink so bad. They put a bunch of ice cubes in a towel and they let him bite the ice cubes. He crushes them, but he doesn't really get any water out of it. And then they take it away. And that was like his sort of water satiation during weight cut. It looked terrible.
That's like Guantanamo. Like that's horrific. That's how you torture someone, is you crunch the ice through the fucking bath towel.
Yeah.
And tell us where what the combination is.
Dude, it's the Logan Paul fight. I'm glad Logan won.
Oh my God,
Dillon Dannis was
it?
clearly the bad guy. No, I just read about it. I think Dillon Dannis landed 5 punches in 5 rounds, maybe 8, something crazy like that. He lost every round. He turns out he was barely even a boxer. Like,
I saw him go for a double leg in a clip, and he didn't even sink the double leg.
Yeah, so Logan was a very good high school wrestler. So for whatever that's worth, he could stuff the guy's takedowns. I read he went for a couple of them. I saw one, probably the same one as you. And Logan easily won, and I think he's going to sue him now.
Well, I don't think he is at all. Logan will definitely not sue Dillon. Logan's fiance has a lawsuit with Dillon. I think if that lawsuit gets dropped, well, no, this was all fake, and they were both in on it from the beginning. But Logan comes away with this looking worse than anyone. Logan took the L here, regardless of who won the fight. It, of course, ended with disqualification, because Dillon chased after him, and Logan's security decided that maybe he was going for another takedown, and they just jumped in there, and it became a brouhaha with Jake Paul coming into the ring and taking swings at people, and Dillon actually, I think, hitting a security guard. It got silly. So, but Logan comes away with this for all the things that we said that are bad about Dillon. Logan didn't beat him up. Logan didn't knock him down. Logan didn't knock him out. Logan's not a good boxer, and Logan's not going to be a boxer. I saw his podcast recently where he's just all down and out and depressed. And I don't know who those people are that are on there with him. They were like, yeah, you don't really have that dog in you. And I can't imagine like who you'd fight where that would come out. You know, why didn't you stand in the pocket and finish him? You know, he there he is. Why didn't you go get him? Why didn't you have that killer instinct in you to go get him? That's what Jake has. And it's like, damn, this is your show.
Yeah, right. These are your friends.
Did you edit the bad stuff out or what? At some point, did he spit in your eye? God damn.
Zach says it was a split decision draw.
It was a disqualification, but because the fifth round didn't happen, you know.
I thought it. Zach, are you right? Logan Paul didn't win every round.
Logan won every round. I don't know what Zach's exactly talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm fairly sure. I was pretty sure about the animal rape. See, now I think he is leading us astray. He lied about the animal rape. Now he's misleading us about Logan Paul. This is it.
Slow down, Zach. He's catching on.
The card. That's the count they told him. No, Logan definitely won every one of them. But yeah, Logan comes away with this looking.
Oh, that's interesting.
You couldn't finish him. You didn't look good. You point fighted this guy who you should have been mad at. You should have wanted to hurt him. Like he assaulted you at the face-off. Why don't you go? And you're towering over this. I would say that I think I'm a little bigger than Dillon, but I'm way smaller than Logan. Like I've met Logan and like stood next to him and like we've like touched each other for the scene we were doing and stuff. Like I've tried to put my hand around his neck, and this is before he went juice mode and got enormous. He was impressive then, and it was silly for me to be bullying him on screen then. That's probably why they didn't use the footage, because he was huge. He should have beaten this guy up. And
have you ever talked about
getting embarrassed?
Did you get paid for that, or how much did you get paid for that? Or
not a large amount of money. It might have been like whatever the minimum is or something like that. What it was is the network that I was with at the time was just begging. They're like, "We really want you to do it," and I'm like, I really don't want to do it. And I guess I talked to enough people and convinced them that they can talk to me, and they convinced me to go do this favor for somebody because they had helped me with some other fucking strike removal, some nonsense or whatever. And so I don't know, maybe $800 for like, I flew out there twice. I flew out there and like sat in a room, an Airbnb, got bounced around for a couple days, and they never needed me. And I flew home without doing anything. And then I flew back out there again and like did the filming the way I remember it. It was something like that. I was out there for like 2 or 3 days at a time, twice. I think I was getting maybe $800 a day or maybe $800 all in all. I remember it wasn't enough money to like, oh, gee golly, thank goodness I get to travel to LA to make a few $100s. But it also was like, all right, they're paying me something. But it was so you're in the SAG or the Screen Actors Guild or something. There's some minimum I think they got to pay you, whatever that was. I'm sure that's what I got.
So that Zach wrote this, or probably copy pasted it. A lot happened in the last second of the Logan Paul Dillon Dannis, but the real story is told by the stats. Dannis landed a total of 16 punches, 16 in 6 rounds. Paul landed 108, 77 of those were power punches. Dannis landed just 12 power punches. So 108 versus 16, 77 versus 12 power punches. Logan, I guess, point fighting him all night. I mean, I don't know.
He was punching him in the body
always
a lot.
Disappointing.
Dillon covered up, and Dillon punched him in the body all night. I hated it. I didn't watch much of it. I tuned in because they were streaming it in the Discord. It's what happens every time. Boxing sucks to watch.
Yeah.
I don't.
If you watch a UFC fight, if you watch a UFC fight, half the time it's a good fight. I think that's a good estimate. If you watch a boxing fight, 5-10% of the time it's a fun, good fight to watch.
The UFC is way more dynamic, and things happen quickly, and there are results and impact. There are so many boxing matches where both guys walk away, nobody ever fell, and they're bruised up, but it was a bunch of pity patch punches that I couldn't really see very well, frankly. Like I can't see when they're hitting each other sometimes. I don't know. It's a massive TV. I put it on sport mode, but I can't see it most of the but when I watch UFC and I see somebody fucking catch somebody with an uppercut and their teeth fucking come out, like that happens. That happened not that long ago. A guy got his teeth knocked out across through the air. Like dynamic shit happens.
I like it when snot comes out.
I like it. Yeah, I love all that.
Sometimes
shit.
I'm like, are they gonna keep letting this happen? This is really cool that I live at the time where UFC fighting is a thing.
Yeah, and I've been watching a bunch of NFL and college football too. The NFL is so goddamn fast. The Falcons blow, so I don't know who to watch. I want to pick a football team.
Let's go Chiefs.
Not the Eagles. Not the. You know, it would make sense to pick the Eagles because there's so many Georgia Bulldogs on that team. I think there's like 6 or 7.
And
Bulldogs.
they have a Kelsey brother, man.
They have a Kelsey
but the important
brother.
one is on the Missouri
A Swiftie
team.
like me should have a should be an Eagles fan, I suppose.
Love Taylor Swift. I know so many of her songs. I couldn't even list one.
You're a bigger fan of Taylor Swift than me, and I bet if we did trivia, you would beat me if it was Taylor Swift trivia.
YouTube has figured out that I enjoy the shorts of their podcast. These two Kelsey brothers have a podcast.
It's good.
They have a really good rapport with each other. And I guess the highlights, every time I see a YouTube short, I click it. YouTube's figured that out.
Yeah, I watch them too, or I get recommended them. They're very good. Those guys are funny together.
The Chiefs and the Eagles are both really good, so you can't go wrong with either of them as a bandwagoner.
Man,
I mean, I don't
know. Garbage. You know,
was it last year they were both at the Super Bowl?
I think Kansas City won the Super Bowl last year, didn't they?
Yeah, but I think did they beat the Eagles?
I think that was last year.
Was it? Man, we're all such fans.
Zach says I'm right. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not trying. I'll never pretend to be an NFL fan. I can't keep up with any of that. And after the Falcons lost, like I feel like you just throw a franchise away with that Falcons loss and just never go back to it. I feel like they're irredeemable. Like that's the worst Super Bowl loss ever. It's just not worth. Throw the Falcons away. So I'll pick a new NFL team, but I don't think it's fair to bandwagon right on to a fucking like a Kelsey brothers team. Seems so fucking lame.
Well, shit. The Eagles have. Wait. Zach said they lost tonight, but that can't be right. They didn't play.
There's Thursday Night Football.
I'm on their webpage, like the ESPN page.
Oh, I feel you.
Oh, he must be talking about Kansas City. Oh, the Phillies. That makes more sense.
Georgia, Missouri. I want to talk about that. Before I do that, I wanted to ask you the point earlier. I don't know if you've been paramotoring lately, and I know it's getting into the colder months, so you probably won't be anytime soon. Would you be a little worried flying around North Carolina in your paramotor this weekend, say?
No, I wouldn't be worried because I like acrobatic paramotoring, which means I'm always really high. Even a good shot like you would struggle at 3,000 feet.
Oh, fuck yeah. No chance at all.
Yeah. But
no chance at all.
Right. But I do worry about like the perception that people, it used to be a curiosity. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Now they might look at me a different way. Like, oh, some people feel that way about AKs. You see an AK and some guys are just like, well, to me, they're all machines and I like this machine. Other people are like, that's the enemy gun.
Yeah.
And suddenly I feel like that's the enemy air toy.
You know what? I would feel more comfortable if my sail was the American flag. I think a good old boy's less likely to shoot at Old Glory. But if he's
Confederate flag,
if he saw you coming over with like some tie-dye shit and he's like, it's the Palestinian flag, he could open up on you with his goose gun and you'd be in trouble.
You just have a roll of flags up there so you can swap as you go to different regions.
Old Glory shall keep you safe in North America, goddammit.
I feel like you're missing out with the Confederate flag idea. Anyone who's going to shoot is a fan of the Confederate flag in North Carolina.
You're goddamn right. A Confederate flag would keep you safe unless you crashed into Hood. And then they would tell the story of the Martian that they beat to death that time.
No, the Confederate flag would be great because like the old town Southern guys, they wouldn't shoot at you. And the libs who would hate it don't have guns.
What if you crash in a black?
So they would just like they'd shake their fist at it and be like, "Ooh, that racist!" But they wouldn't have guns. What are they gonna do? Tweet about it?
They might.
Yeah, they would.
It's probably gonna be a redneck if anyone would
probably not.
Yeah, no, that's true. You're in a unique position.
Fuck, I can't remember what I was going to ask you, Taylor, after the paramotor
about
thing.
KC and the Eagles and sports. Oh, Mizzou and Georgia.
Mizzou and Georgia.
Week
I'm worried.
Next, November 3rd.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm worried at this point. Like preseason, it was a joke. Early season, it was like, haha, like you guys are pretty good. You'll make a game of it, I guess. Like we'll probably only beat you by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But but now I'm like, oh shit, Georgia keeps getting off these slow starts. They didn't blow Vandy out the way they should have, the way I expected them to. And they're not looking like the best team in the country to me. Michigan looks so fucking good. But then, Georgia, I don't know. I'm not a football expert, but I'm worried about the Georgia-Mizzou game. That would be an upsetting loss to take. Although it would be one we would end up. Are you in the Western SEC, Mizzou?
We are in the same side as you guys.
Oh. So then, no, even if you beat us,
we never play Alabama. We play you guys.
Yeah. So I don't know if it would be us or they would rank one of us, I guess, and we would play Alabama for the SEC title, or not Alabama because they're out of it. Whoever's in the West, that's going to be the champion. But that's down the road. The game itself, I'm pumped for. I am worried. I'm going to
watch that whole game.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that whole game. Yeah, it's
every Mizzou game I'm watching, I'm like, damn, they're actually really good. Like,
I've been watching all your games too. I've really taken a liking to specifically SEC football. Usually when people say that, I didn't understand why they meant it, but obviously the point is you're seeing the teams you're going to face later down the road, and you're getting a feeling for the whole division that you're trying to win. I've always looked at it as like, who cares about the fucking division? I've had enough division titles I've had my fill. Nobody cares about your banner in a building that's green. Your green banner up there 15 years in a row, you fucking losers. Win a title or I won't buy your shit. That's how I feel about every team.
Are we talking about?
Every team, fucking
SEC.
team. And so I've been watching all the SEC football, and I watched Mizzou and Kentucky's games. I've been watching Florida get beaten up. We play Florida this weekend, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. That should be another fun win in Jacksonville. But you guys, who do you play this weekend? Do you know?
South Carolina. Mizzou plays South Carolina Saturday, and so hopefully we beat up on them pretty good. And
you're ranked top 20?
We are 20. Yeah. So it's still because we're ranked.
Like I said, top 20.
Top 20.
North Carolina. I watched the North Carolina game like a week ago. They were ranked. Are they still? I thought
you must be thinking of UNC, right? Those guys.
Yeah. Woody likes NC State, not UNC.
Huh, maybe I get confused.
UNC is the blue North Carolina 10, emblem on 10. Yeah.
Yeah. So UNC's 10th.
Yeah, it's I really want Georgia to get the third national title, but they don't. To my amateur eyes and observations, they seem to be making some errors.
Am I wrong? I felt like they had one close game and still won. If you can win on a bad day, that's good. And then they made a statement the next weekend.
Their best game was not last week, but the previous week. They had a really good showing against Kentucky where they came out early. They outscored a Kentucky team and held them to 7 until late in the fourth quarter when the third or fourth string or something allowed another TD. But last week they played Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's this little bitty school that we probably pay $2 million a year just to beat up. I would guess that's the number. Yeah. And the last year we beat them roughly 50-0. The year before that, we beat them roughly 65-0. And so this year, when they scored first on their opening drive, it's like, God damn it, we're a minute 45 into this game, and we've already fallen way behind the last 2 years. You expect to trounce a team like that, like their high school.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen.
Mizzou and Georgia both beat Vanderbilt by 17.
College football math works as far as I'm concerned.
You don't look at the score. Like I'm looking at some of the team stats. In terms of total yards, 552 to 219. You had 2 turnovers to 1. That's not great. And first downs, you had 26 first downs and they had 9. So yeah, you weren't great at scoring, but you did well at everything else. Yeah.
I remember last year's game, and I remember them having so many 3 and outs that it being like, can't even move the ball. Look, the quarterback's scared. He's scared. Like they wouldn't even send. They were scared. They were scared of getting hit more because Georgia had half the Philadelphia Eagles coming at them. like literally like lots of pro level players were on that team, and that's not the same this year. They're not as good. They could still win, but I don't think they're the best team. It might be Michigan, but I don't know. I don't think it's Georgia.
It still could be. God, if Mizzou upsets Georgia, that would be so big.
Bandwagon seat is.
I'm not bandwagoning. I'm just being honest about I was going to say your
seat on the bandwagon is too tippy. It dumps you off if you have a close game.
Yeah.
No, I'm still a fan. I still love the coach and the team and all that. What I'm saying is like that was not good last week. What they did, like, and if they keep playing like that, they are not the best. The best team in the country would have stomped a mud hole in Vandy's ass last night.
Yeah, I don't know what
last week.
Like, you're right. Vanderbilt must be making money just to stay in the SEC. Have they ever been good ever?
I'm sure in the old
they
days,
just get bullied constantly.
Well, they're just a small school. I'm sure, you know.
Taylor's forgetting about the 1890s heyday.
Yeah. The Vanderbilt Vagabonds when they're still wearing like leather caps and there's 7 guys on the field. A touchdown's worth 5. They haven't changed any of the rules yet. Yeah, I feel bad for Vanderbilt. But
no, they're getting paid. They're literally getting paid to play them. I'm happy. That's the best. If you're Vandy and you get to play the number 1 Georgia, you got to love that.
Georgia's like the hardest.
Not me.
Well, if you're looking to get in the NFL and you had a big day against Georgia, like you get to show them against the best people in the country what you can do. If you're whatever position you are, and if an NFL recruiter or scout or whatever is looking at you today and you show out against. Man, that's the best corner in the SEC. He just blew past. You know, I feel like you can quantify your achievements and like impress people, and you get to national TV. I don't know if Vandy always has that kind of jumbotron. I would bet they don't. I bet we brought that shit with us, and because it was swaying in the wind, and I remember thinking, "There's no way that's always there." Like I think we brought like an $8 million TV set and put it up for them so we'd have a proper game. I really do. I don't think Vandy has that screen. Maybe ESPN provides it. I don't know.
I didn't really look, but I just noticed Georgia's like hardest part of their season is like the next 4 games, like Florida, Missouri, Mississippi State, or Ole Miss, I guess, and then Tennessee, who are all 3 ranked at the end. Like and they haven't had multiple ranked in a row yet.
Yeah, got to close out strong.
I think they have a week off. Am I crazy?
They do not. They have this weekend off. Yes. Yeah. And I think
good because we had some injuries last week. I think Bowers went out with an injury that was super scary. So hopefully,
so Mizzou has to play Georgia after they get a bye week and everybody's healthy and feeling good.
We really need the rest too.
Feel better?
Zach, show the University of Georgia quarterback. Show us a picture of him, and don't be generous, Zach. Sometimes you fuck me over when I'm trying to say somebody's ugly, and you show me like their glamour shot from high school or some shit. Like, be honest. Show like pick an ugly picture. He is the ugliest motherfucker I've ever seen, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a hard time rooting for ugly people. I mean, God damn it, that's a good pic. That's his best picture you could find. It really is.
That's a good picture.
The picture that ESPN uses.
Him doing like troll face.
This guy
Zach, forever going forward, always fuck Kyle like this.
This guy's hairline looks like he's, I don't know, a 45-year-old accountant who doesn't have a good hairline. He is a very, very ugly man. He's also cross-eyed, which you would think is a bad thing for a quarterback, but maybe because he's got hammerhead eyes.
Wow, that guy has peripheral vision for days.
Yeah, you cannot sack that dude.
He's not that ugly to me. Like, I get that.
Zach's doing this on purpose. This is the bit. Yeah, this is a bit. This is okay. Anyway, when you see him on TV, you're like, you wouldn't want to tackle him because you'd be afraid he'd bite you.
This guy is 3 inches shorter than he looks.
How tall is he?
I don't know, but that hair is a good 3 inches.
Oh, get out of here.
Come
he's
on.
Like it's like Hollywood Heights. He's like a Tom Cruise 6
He's
foot.
got helmet hair for being
cone
fair.
head under that thing.
Dude, against Georgia, we just have to make it into a field goal duel.
Well,
and lean on our thicker kicker to keep dinging them in.
You're not lying. That your thicker kicker really is a different kind of guy. If I remember correctly, last week against Georgia, they attempted a 47-yard field goal. Vanderbilt did. Oh, maybe it was beyond that. Anyway, they missed it short. And I remember thinking, Mizzou would have kicked that one in. They'd have been a score that would have gotten them to 13-17. Like that'd have gotten them back in the game. Your thicker kicker is a pretty interesting weapon. Somebody who can hit one from high 50s. That's wild.
This guy's great. He got a 61-yard field goal.
Is he a lock to the NFL, or is going to hold him back a little bit?
No.
What's his percentage?
I think it's very high.
You would think he's just a lock then. If he's
really good. So I would imagine if you can kick those in college, they're going to want you. Like a 61-yard field goal in the NFL is good.
Turnovers are going to be the name of the game, right? If you win, I think it means you got 3 turnovers that day. If you lose, then you got less than 2. I think that's just a fact. I don't think you beat Georgia without getting 3 turnovers, and I don't think Georgia loses to you if they keep it to 1 turnover or less. You're going to need a lot of attempts at the red zone to get in there and score and get past those 3-point kicks and get some touchdowns on the board. And I don't think. Hopefully Georgia doesn't do it. I think they had 2 turnovers last week. They really could have had 3 or 4 though. There were a couple of fuck ups. The center dropped the ball one time, and it was just sitting there on the ground, and he picked it up, hurdled a man. This is the center, the biggest guy on the field, did a spin move and ran for 7 yards. It was thank God big man picked it back up because he fucked it up so bad.
Did he also drop it?
He
wouldn't have, not the center, right?
He's passing it back to the QB, and he bungled that, and now a live ball is floating around the ground, kind of back behind his ankles, and he scoops it up, secures it, and runs for a gain.
The center for Philly is known for having really hard to receive snaps, right? So he hands it to the quarterback between his legs. How it looks.
Yeah.
And apparently the way he does it, every quarterback he's ever played with hates it. And he's considered one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He's made the Pro Bowl 6 times or something. Casey, I think is his name, if I have it right. The Kelsey brother. Yeah. Anyway, but he explains that the reason why I'll call it a handoff, his snap kind of sucks, is that he likes to get his hands up really quick and then start playing center.
Yeah, he's like, I want my hand back.
Yeah. I need my hand, so hurry the fuck up and receive the ball.
No, I've been enjoying college football more than I ever have this year, and watching a lot more games. So
I've been watching more too, because we've been texting about it in our group chat, and so I'm like, I may as well watch the Mizzou game.
We even got Chiz involved. We're doing a little play-by-play. I'll hop on Discord next time if you want to do a call. We should definitely do a call for the Mizzou Georgia game.
Oh, that would be fun. I'm down.
Yeah, we could live watch that thing together.
Man, that's going to be frustrating.
I'm doing a little sexcation thing with Jackie this weekend. I think we're going to go to the Atlanta Aquarium.
It is incredible, Woody. You are going to be blown away. Have you looked in advance about any events or things you can do there?
No, I really should.
So look at the ticketing, because they have dolphin shows, that interactive dolphin stuff, but I think you have to time that correctly or maybe pay for it. They also have some diving experiences where you can go in a shark cage. And I think they have a thing where you can hand feed either seals or dolphins. There's various experiences, but they don't do them every day, and they cost extra and or require proper timing. I've been to that place 4 or 5 times. I always get at least a little high, and it is beautiful. It is beautiful. You go to this sort of center big open area that reminds me of an old mall, and then in every direction sort of spokes on a wheels and different experience to go do. And then one of them's a food court, which is
you told me that the Georgia one was one of the best on the planet.
Yes.
And I had some loyalty to the Baltimore one, which I've been to many times. And I looked into it and I'm like, Kyle is just right. I look at all these ranking. Georgia's number 1 or 2 consistently. This Monterey Bay, I guess, is very good too.
Yeah. On the planet.
Shed Aquarium in Chicago is really a cool one. I went there. It's enormous.
So I'm gonna check it out.
They have those whales that have the squishy foreheads that are really cute. Pilot whales? Beluga, yeah. That you have a very up close and personal experience with them through the tank the glass.
Right.
But I don't know, you're standing at the proper level that they approach you like eye to eye with their weird hips that look like people hips. And you can tell that they evolved from a land animal into this thing. They look like a person that's been morphed into what they are. And they come up all cute as shit, like they're going to come through the glass. And then they divert at the last second to kind of get a reaction out of you. Or they'll come up and they'll mush their squishy head against the glass and the kids will start laughing. And you can tell they're interacting to some degree or they're definitely very aware that you're there and you're there to see them. And they're kind of curious about you. It's cool. And
I can't wait.
They have a whale. I think it's a whale shark.
They have a whale shark?
I have pictures of it on my other phone. I remember a giant manta ray flying. They look like they fly, like swimming. And I think I remember a whale shark or something behind it, and then just 1,000 various multicolored fish around it. It's a fantastic aquarium. Every time I go, I'm blown away by it. I love taking girls there on dates. It's not that expensive. Don't get sucked into some kind of Coca-Cola World trip, though. You'll hate that. Don't go to Coca-Cola World.
I think we're going to Charlotte Friday night. We're going to wake up and go to Atlanta. That's about halfway for us. And then on Sunday, we'll go home.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. It's good to do shit like that.
I think they have some kind of a fancy, what's that big wheel that turns and you sit in the seat?
Ferris?
They have a big Ferris wheel. Somewhere downtown. I've never done
it was a Ferris wheel. That was is
that what they call it? What's the one that goes what's the one that goes around and around, you sit on the horsies?
That is a carousel, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I wish there were adult carousels.
They are. It's called the scrambler or something, where they put you in 3 and then you spin.
No, see, I want everybody to be on bucking bronco horses, and you have to stay on because the ground is padded. And we're all trying to stay on to the end. And they have a screen in front of us and on the side, so it's 3D. It seems like we're riding on a Wild West adventure with Indians chasing us behind us.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I just invented a whole thing. Right.
So it would be I wanted a totally different. Kyle's like, I wish there were adult carousels. And I'm like, well, I'm in, but how do we assure that the dildo's sanitized?
I can't sit here. This one's too small. It won't keep me on. She's slipping right out. Bouncing up and down.
Competitive bull riding would be bronc riding or something like that would be interesting because you always see one guy on there for embarrassment. But if there were 2 people on 2 side by side that had mirrored controls, now it's a competitive game. And like I said, you could do VR really easily with that. You just fall off on some padding. I would love to be have the sensation of riding like a cowboy and having Indians chasing after me with a bronco bucking around that I was having to hold on to. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. And there's points. I remember at Six Flags many years ago, they had a Scooby-Doo ride like that must have lined up with the release of that Scooby-Doo live action movie. And you'd be in a little cart. And there were ghouls and goblins and stuff as you went through, and you had a gun, a turret, and at the end it showed you a score of who won the Scooby-Doo ride. And it was fun when I was 10. I don't know if it would hold up now, but
I would still go on the mystery house and stuff like that. It used to be we would go in there to smoke weed. If you're gonna smoke weed at Six Flags, before vape pens existed, we would go through the little mystery boat thing, and you're indoors in a boat, no one in front of or behind you. There's these big blind corners, and we would just have a one hitter and just get high as fuck in there.
Yeah, and it already reeks of weed in there because everyone's doing it. So
and their fake pyrotechnics and smoke and stuff. Yeah. The person behind you is going to be the one to smell the weed, and you're going to be getting off the ride before they can narc. So it's just a no-lose situation.
Yeah. It's a win-win-win for everyone.
It's like the mail.
And at Six Flags, the employees are high. Like
you would hope so. You would hope so. How do you do a job like that? Like
standing in the
to
heat.
Find out that Hutch is raw dog in life these days? Man.
Didn't see that coming.
Good for him.
Places.
How does he have that much will to live? I told Taylor one of my Halloween costume ideas was like a missing bloody finger and then like completely like pale like body tone and a noose around my neck. like I cut my finger off on a table saw and immediately hung myself in the garage.
You don't even turn the saw off. You just put your neck on
put your neck on
the floor. Yeah.
You're just done. Yeah, your threshold for killing yourself is just too
it's hilariously low.
I just don't.
It's a terrible haircut. I'm out.
Yeah. You said before you were like, wait, I'd have to be 5'9". like head blown off.
Literally normal height.
You're just going to go to the average height. It'd be tough. I mean, your girlfriend would leave you. She'd be like, I'm married, or I'm dating.
I think Colin's still getting taller. You guys saw that picture.
I did. You cheated yourself.
Women tell you before. I want to talk about Colin because he's becoming his own Baron Trump. You got your own Baron Trump over there somehow.
I do.
But Taylor, don't women often say to you, "Oh, you're so tall," when they step close to you? It's a thing that. What? I don't want to be 5'9". Are you kidding me?
I do. I'm not that tall, but I am happy I'm taller than average.
Are you 6'1" or 2?
Me, I'm 6 foot.
Oh, okay.
But like I'm like an actual 6 foot. Like I'm like when I'm standing next to someone and they're like, I'm 6'1", I'm like, no, you're not, because I'm at 6 foot and we're the same height.
No,
you know, but I also do not abide 5'11" nonsense.
I have a hard time liking tall
barefoot
people. Do you have a hard time? Do you think it's easier to like someone who's shorter than you?
No, it goes by how much fun I have talking to them and how funny they are.
I have genuine dislike for people taller than me. They have to they have to get over a little bit of a hill to become my friend. Like Harley, Kitty was like, "You want to do a collaboration with Epic Mealtime?" It's like, oh yeah, wait a minute, how tall is he? Oh, he's enormous. Now fuck that Canadian piece of shit. Isn't he a New York intellectual type?
Isn't he? Yeah, isn't he a cosmopolitan type?
No, and like, yeah, I don't, I don't trust you taller than me. What are you doing? How you get so big? What'd you eat?
Yeah. What did you eat? What are they feeding you up there?
What'd you do? You got lifts? You got lifts on? What are you doing to me? Because I do, and you're still taller than me.
You can tell he's really Canadian because he says Montreal.
No, I feel like if someone's shorter than me, I can stay above their level and like them more.
It's definitely easier when they're fatter than you.
No, I hate that.
You hate the fat people?
No, I don't care. I guess I don't care. But
being fat lends some funny. There's some spillover there.
I am disappointed when I meet people and they're taller than me, though. When we met Filthy Robot, and he's just like,
oh shit, we lost your audio.
Mic turned off. I thought he was doing a bit for a second. Your mic's not working.
I had no idea Filthy was or no, I think we talked about it before. Filthy's like 6'4" or something. He's like a tall, lean, rock climbing man.
A full 6'4", but he's tall and lean. Yeah. I lost my train of thought. It was about body types and it's gone.
Well, it is 4:01. We can just wrap it. My brother's getting in town. I'd like to hang out with them.
That makes sense. Welcome back, Kyle. We just decided to wrap the show.
PKA.
Wait, your mic died again. 670.